You know, sometimes I feel it might be a good addition to the stream that the website chat is on top of this stream starting soon screen so that everyone can sort of be entertained by all the angry frogs the nanosecond it turns 5. I feel like that could be cute. I don't know. Like, we can all sort of relish in the collective countdown. Well, maybe one day. Howdy! What's up, my friends? Howdy, howdy. Hello. I think I might have misset my ISO setting. Just one second. I think it should be at 1600, not 1250. Let me just I think that's right. This feels better. Hello. What the fuck is the title? Oh, somebody emailed me asking to talk. It's not really a debate. Did you see Kyle responded to your response to Chenk's tweet? No, I didn't. Was it a tweet? Is it a video? Oh god, it wasn't a video, was it? It was a video where he mostly agreed. Oh, okay, well that's nice. Whew, okay. Look, I have daily allotments for what I want to deal with, and today drama is not one of them. Ha! Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. I'll let me give it a look. Vosh versus Jank on the populist right. Oh man, it's like a whole goddamn video. Let me see what the comments look like. The comments are largely uninteresting to me. But they're not super negative. Okay, cool. How's everyone doing? Somebody wanted to come on and talk about reparations, so we're going to do that. Are you debating a Randy or a permanent figure? Literally just somebody emailed me. Totally fine. Any tips on dealing with a breakup? Me and my partner left each other because I couldn't handle being in a poly relationship, and while I know it's still going to be okay, it still hurts. Just focus on yourself, you know? I know that seems like five-head stuff, or four-head memes, but, you know, rediscover hobbies. Try to learn what interests you when you're on your own, you know? You're always going to have an easier time finding partners if you know what it is you want, and it's going to be easier to know what you want when you're familiar with the kind of person you are outside the influence of others. Or outside the direct influence of a partner. It's true. I mean, my information isn't like super impressive. How do you deal with depression when there's no clear reason behind it? Depression is by its nature irrational. There's never really like a definite one. I mean, sometimes there is, like for trauma, but oftentimes it's a mix of various internal, chemical, and external factors that can lead to a person feeling depressed. You should speak to a therapist. I'm not really educated on that. It was my 24th birthday yesterday, Vosh. Happy birthday. What's the point of Duckers? It's to make fun of people in a rude and condescending manner. Oh yeah, guys, for the first time in a really long time, we're finally down in the 230s now, weight-wise. You know, we're getting there. Bit by bit. I have no idea how, but somehow I continued to lose weight over the past 2 weeks in spite of me eating like dog shit. You have no idea what I was eating like when I was over in DC. I was just, whew. But, you know, yeah, it's just, if it works, whatever. Vosh, if you're no longer dummy thick, does that mean you're just a dummy? Hey, my ass has not gotten any less fat, okay? I squeeze those cheeks every time I go up and down the stairs. I maximize glute development, all right? We're always going to be dummy thick. Show us, Vosh. You see every time I get up to use the restroom. It's been looking fatter. Thank you, Vermin, person who I live with, for affirming my position. Conyer could too. I mean, you know, I don't wear pants around the house. I just wear briefs. Who would ever wear pants? I don't know if I could live with a roommate around whom I would need to wear pants. You know? Like pants. Like I'm just chilling and then I have to put pants on to go downstairs. I mean, I'll always wear briefs or whatever, but they would keep you in line. Yeah, they would. It's like an iron disciplinarian situation right there. Yeah. Just wear pants in my house? Is not wearing pants at home normal? What are you... Why would I ever wear pants? What about sweatpants? Why? It's my house. I live here. All right, whatever. Enjoy living in your permacucked life, okay? You all are living the softcore version of fucking cuckold chastity caging, okay? That's what you are. Your pants are like a little cock cage keeping your flaccid wiener in, all right? Well, I'm not a goddamn sub, okay? You wear sweatpants at home, shorts but no pants. Okay. I unironically go nude around my house. Well, you have to know I mean, either you live alone or, like, you have to be on really good terms with everyone else who lives there, you know? I can't... Just, pants. Okay. Stop. We're supposed to be talking to somebody. Stop. Good to talk? Being a woman makes it really hard to not wear pants. I'd get looked at funny. What? In your house? It depends on the rapport you have with your roommates. This is very conditional on the relationship that you have with your roommates. If your roommates, you don't have the relationship with them, they would want you to wear pants, then of course you wear pants. When I lived back in my college dorms and had random college roommates, I wore pants because it would have been disrespectful to them to not wear pants. But I'm not in college anymore and I can choose my roommates. I don't wear pants, but I do wear chastity cage. Yeah. I bet you shower naked, hippie. All right, hold on. Just, throwing the call out there. What do you think the odds are of their mic being completely unintelligible? Since this is always the fate of the people I call. I'm, I'm just calling. Maybe 50-50? Oh, you optimist, you. I want the worst quality mic. Yeah, like that Hank Hill JPEG. That meme?
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
That is not the meme. I just clicked it and I assumed...
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of...
There we go. Thank you. I like the new debate clip vid. Then you should thank Leftist Ryan Knight on Twitter, since they are the architect of that meme. I'm sorry, try again. Oh no, what is happening? Ah. Hello?
How's it going?
Hey!
Marvel?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, awesome. And you have the bandwidth to sustain a quality audio and video stream? This is incredible. This is almost unprecedented in the legacy of my stream guests. How you doing?
Pretty good, you?
I'm doing pretty all right. Hold on, let me box you in the frame there. All right. What
Okay.
did you want to talk about?
I so I wanted to talk about, like, I heard you talking about reparations. Oh, first let me say my name. I'm a
Yeah,
nobody, by the way. But
nobody's
my name's
nobody.
Bam. I was about to say, yeah, I go by Bam. That can either mean Black American made or by any means, depending on who you ask. It's been a nickname since I was little. Um, yeah, this I'm just a guy who likes politics probably more than the average person, and yeah, that's pretty much me.
Nice. Well,
So
happy to have you here. Your cam blacked out, by the way.
it
Uh,
did. Oh crap! Hold on. Let me.
if it's oh, there you go. Hello.
Yeah,
Welcome
sorry. If
back.
it does again, then I'll worry about it. My
Ain't
bad.
nothing. Don't worry about
But
it. Well, thank you for coming
yeah.
on. Yeah, hit me up. What specifically did you take issue with?
Um. The okay. So there was to tell me if I'm like saying and quoting you incorrectly,
Hmm.
but basically, your take on reparations is that you support it morally, but you find it completely unpragmatic to do so.
Race-based reparations. Yeah, I don't know if
Right,
there's.
specifically.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way, like, logistically to ever get those out. If I could, like, snap my fingers and allocate resources in that way, then I think it'd be doable. I think that'd be a good thing to do. But
Hmm.
in a pragmatic sense, it seems like any kind of race-based legislation is going to lead to, at best, an unfathomable amount of social conflict, and at worst, it's just going to completely break down.
So I don't think that's necessarily the case because, like, we have like historical context showing of other forms of reparations, specifically with the Native Americans and with the Asian Americans. Neither of these reparations were ideal, but like we do have historical context showing that race-based reparations can be done, and also this isn't really an American sense, but also like obviously Germany with the Jews and U.S. helped with the negotiations for that. So I think my take particularly is that it's not necessarily about race. It's about a shared experience in America.
Hmm.
So specifically, um, Black identifying descendants of slavery. Which, let me just clarify. I don't know. I don't know how many Black spaces you deal with. There's a group on Twitter and like out in the sphere called ADOS. Never listen to them. They are super xenophobic. They do not represent necessarily what I'm talking about bringing to the table right now. But there is like these are the people who sort of are fighting the fight for this movement right now,
Yeah.
and there is some validity to it. But I don't want to like have myself tied in with them because it's like different.
Yeah, well, there are always going to be, like, bad faith actors on this end of things. I guess
Right.
so to me, like, the categorical differences would be as such, right? First of
Mm-hmm.
all, we're dealing with a very large number of people. There are tens of millions of Black Americans whose ancestry can be traced back to slavery. We're dealing with a
Mm-hmm.
pretty large temporal barrier because slavery, of course, was like 150 years ago, meaning that there's going to be some logistical effort in summoning the documents necessary to prove anything to a government office. Whereas in the case
Mm-hmm.
of like Native Americans who have been categorically separated from America, broader American life for a long time, or in the case with the Jews in post Nazi Germany, where it was something that had just happened, and conveniently, I guess, there was a pre existing government, system for categorizing, classifying, and distinguishing Jewish people from the rest of the population. There was already kind of the infrastructure for determining who would receive reparations in those cases. But with Black Americans, it'd be like a huge logistical endeavor for a very large number of people. And it's also a national will thing. With the Jews in Germany, like Germany, the German government was apoplectic after World War II. I mean, after the government had been crashed and built back up and everything, they were exceedingly apologetic. There was a great national will to make amends, basically. But honestly, I think most Americans today would see any kind of race-based reparations as like cucked SJW idpol identity politics. I know poor white people. Why aren't they getting their check? That kind of thing. I don't think there's a national will for it. So it seems logistically and politically difficult.
I see. The thing is, I don't disagree with any of that. I do believe it would be difficult, but I don't think that that should change the way we principally hold the position. Because like if we drew lines on like if we were hard line pragmatists, I don't think that you could like hold a position like you being a socialist. I also don't believe that we could die on the hill of certain trans rights. And I don't know, I'm pro all of these things, but I'm just saying for perspective, like if you want to do a poll on like the non-binary community in the United States, I'm sure they wouldn't poll well, but that doesn't mean that like advocating for what's ethically right, like we shouldn't do so because like it's going to, I don't know, piss some white people off or the greater Americans. Let me like not stigmatize,
Sure.
but
I guess I just don't see a path forward, you know? Oh, wait, are you still there?
mhm. Dang it's
Oh, it's
fine.
okay.
Yeah.
The periods between the cam going blank are lovely, so it's okay. It balances out good in the end.
Okay.
The no, I understand what you mean. I'm not saying this is something we should abandon, like just on account of it being difficult to politically implement. It's like a collection of problems that make it seem almost impossible. I don't even know where we would start. Like politically, this isn't something that's going to go through right now, but let's say we could. What would we do? Would this be like cash based? And then you have to
Um,
ask, oh, yeah.
oh yeah. So I'm there depending on depending on like who you ask. Like there's Ta-Nehisi Coates, there's William Danity. Like they advocate for cash payments. Like I don't necessarily believe that that's again because I am a pragmatist. I'm not an idealist. I don't believe that that's like a realistic way or even the most beneficial way of handling an issue like this. Like specifically, the first step to any of this before we even figure out any of these questions is like HR 40. It is like just being able to do the studies and being able to figure out what is the best way to go forward. What is the dollar amount? Because like although like I talk about this issue pretty often, I'm not even close to like qualified to like give all of those necessarily specifics. But I do believe that reparations should be handed out on mostly a community engagement, like predominantly Black areas. Which, if there's people of other races who happen to live in those towns, like that also benefit from like the community being invested in, like then that's good. But I think there should also be like a secondary level of benefits, specifically for those who can um, prove lineage, and it doesn't even necessarily have to prove lineage because if you look at most African immigrants and like Caribbean immigrants in America, you're going to see predominantly at like first through third generation people. So if you happen to be an eighth generation African or Caribbean immigrant who's been in America since 1875, then I'm okay with you slipping through the cracks at that point. Like, because I don't want to let perfection be the enemy of good. Um, but I do believe, yeah, the secondary benefits could be things like tax credits, things like levels of scholarship, things like um, preferential loans, just those general sort of things that people could go qualify for based off of specifically their racial lineage.
Yeah, oh man. Because, so, I don't disagree with any of this in principle. There are some things here that I directly agree with. I'm not a big fan of cash payments. I think that infrastructural and institutional investment are always going to be better. Even if they're less convenient immediately, they sort of mend the gap with time, which is infinitely more important. If you don't fix any of the underlying systems in this country, the way our economy works, the way money flows, you could give black people all the money in the world, but it's all going to end up in the same white institutions, like that, that it was broadly taken from. Because if white people control the economy, and largely it's white people who have the educational and academic access to all the halls of power from which money is taken, then at the end of the day, I mean, it all just cycles back down the drain.
Correct.
So the institutional investment seems better. I just wonder, like, Matt. So you would agree with me? I mean, if we can agree on pragmatism at the very least, you would agree that like any kind of targeted race-based reparations program is going to be, at least to a large number of Americans, political poison, right? Like it's going to be unbelievably so. I don't just mean that with regards to reparations as a concept, because I think you could sell that in some ways, but the idea of like you get benefits if you can prove your lineage, like that directly, like that is going to be incredibly difficult to move through. And when I think of how difficult that would be, like what an incredible obstacle that would be to overcome, I can't help but wonder if there's a path of least resistance. Is it possible to get the same fundamental benefits without incurring anywhere near that level of animosity? And I wonder if just a broad, like infrastructural, like New Deal type situation would be the way to do that, you know? It doesn't really address the moral problem, but it solves a lot of pragmatic ones. And it could feel like a national project we could all get behind rather than like we have to pay money because we're sorry for what happened to black people, which, mind you, we should, but it's going to feel very differently in the sort of collective consciousness of Americans.
See, I actually, as far as my priorities, I think poverty is a way higher priority on the list, like ending poverty. So like, although absolutely in favor of what you're saying, I think the reparations is just something different. And reparations isn't like, depending on, again, this is also goes depending on who you ask. People frame reparations as like some sort of like apology, like, you did something bad, so now you have to make up for it. That's not where reparation comes from for me. Reparations is specifically like a debt owed. It's Lincoln's promise that has yet to be paid. The 40 acres and a mule. I'm sure you've heard of all of this.
Yep.
And this is this is specifically like, even if we ended poverty tomorrow, that would still be something that I believe is specifically owed to Black identifying descendants of slaves. And the reason why, like, although, like I said, I'm not saying it would be easy to like prove all of these things, but because, and this is just me speaking anecdotally from like my experience with Black people my entire life, because we lost one history before like being brought over here, Black people as a whole generally hold this new history very close to home. So like the average Black person can track their identity, even if they like were part of the Great Migration, they can still track a lot of their family lineage back to like, I myself personally, my family still lives on the land that we were owned on as slaves. My great great grandfather was a sharecropper. My great great grandfather was born a slave, and then like in I think he wasn't freed in 1864. He was freed like a year later and became a sharecropper on that land, and over time started buying up the land. And now my family still, like, we're farmers on the land that we were enslaved on. So I know that's just my personal experience, but like from a lot of other Black people I know of, like they do have these records, they do have this history, and I think HR 40 would prove that.
Oh yeah, I'm not speaking against HR 40 at all. So I guess then my question to you would be this. So we have two different things we want to do, you know. We want to address systemic inequality. Obvious, I'd hope we both believe that. And we also need to pay our debts. So the question then would be, if we could somehow snap our fingers and through some kind of miraculous race-blind policy address systemic inequality. I mean, somehow we could do it. Maybe it takes a century, whatever. And there is functionally no more racism in this country. It is abolished in terms of access to education, employment, power, everything. We're all on an equal playing field. But we never paid that debt. Would you believe if we built that world, a debt would still be owed? Or do you think we would have just paid the debt in an unconventional way through non-targeted policies? We would have alleviated the need for that debt to be paid.
To me personally, I believe that debt still exists, and this again, like the numbers out there, and like people have talked in the ballparks of $20+ trillion. I believe these numbers are unreasonable and like unrealistic and unreasonable. But I do believe that the debt being owed can change. The level of debt can change depending on the conditions like of people in the country. I don't want to remove that factor. So like in this like zero racism world where like poverty, things are wiped out, the debt is different in this society. But I still believe that there should be. I still believe that there would be a debt, and something earlier you mentioned, you were speaking on like the optics of it, which is, you know, it's a like I said, it is a reality. It's not something that we can ignore or push back on. But I think as far as like Black people, I couldn't imagine the optics of West Virginia coal miners receiving reparations in regards to slavery, or Kentucky, like how that the Black community would react to something like that.
That's true.
Like,
It's like, yeah, we got our reparations bill through, and here's all the Appalachian coal miners getting there, and here's every rural white community in the Bible Belt getting there. No, no, I know, I completely get that. Yeah, it seems like it's an optics nightmare, no matter which direction you take it.
mm-hmm.
Oh
So
God, no, no, I
yeah,
totally get it. I guess it's really like what kind of moral weight you place on the concept of the debt needing to be paid through like race targeted measures, you know? Because you could make the argument like I'm going to trivialize this somewhat, but like reducing the analogy down to something a bit more manageable. But like in my mind, if like if I owe a person $10, you know, um
mm-hmm.
and then like I don't pay it, they're like, "Yeah, you got to pay it." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll pay it." But then I like drive them to and from the airport on an emergency, and then I like pet sit for them or something like that. And later they're like, "You still owe me my $10." I would wonder, like, empirically, yeah, that's true. That didn't change or anything. But I'd wonder if there was a social utility to ignoring that debt prior. Or in other terms, if we had a society with no racism, there would be almost no way to view the payment of that debt as anything other than like Black privilege in a way. Like, we have a perfectly equal society. It's been 250 years since slavery, and now we're gonna, you know, now we're gonna elevate you out of like a quarter millennial debt. And I don't think
Mm-hmm.
there's necessarily anything wrong with that morally. Like, debts don't disappear over time. Legally, that's true. There have been debts that have been paid out hundreds of years after the death of the original debtor and dettee, you know? So, in a legal and moral sense, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. It just seems to me like the better things are, the less of a political priority that becomes. You said the type of debt would change. Like, maybe how do you imagine it would change if things were ameliorated in other ways?
Sorry, am I getting too dark or am I fine? I was about to
Uh,
say, I know it's the
you're
time started to
darkening
change.
you're darkening increasingly. It's only making you more mysterious. People respect you for it. Don't worry.
Okay, well, I'll just ride it out. If it gets too black, let me know and I'll cut on the backlight, even though who knows what'll happen then. Um, I think that like what the debt seeks to do. Again, like I don't believe as I stated earlier, I don't think reparations is an anti-poverty bill. I think that that's something separate. I think that anti-poverty is like more a larger priority, but I don't think that like I said, I just see that to being something separate from reparations as a concept. And if but at the same time, if we were to do reparations today, which is obviously isn't going to happen, I think that it would be we would need to see like it would seek to see a necessary improvement of people's material, Black people or Black identifying descendants of slaves, which is I have to say the whole thing because it's like a very specific thing. It's not all Black people. It's not all descendants of slaves. Like it's very Black identifying descendants of slaves. Sorry, it's the thing. But it would if you're going to do something and it's going to have like a meaningful is going to be respected by the community, I think it would have to change people's material conditions if you wanted to do something like that in the framework in today's society. Because if you say like, oh, okay, we're giving all Black people $20, like because we owe them a debt, well, that doesn't change anything, that doesn't fix anything. So like
Yeah.
the Black community as a whole wouldn't respect it as actual reparations. But if in an ideal society where these things don't happen, like where people's material conditions aren't necessarily in disarray, like people aren't struggling to survive, then I think people would be more understanding, more accepting of less, you know?
Yeah. No, no, yeah, I think I agree with that. So to you, the fixing systemic racism and the debt owed and reparations
Mhm.
are two adjacent but not identical issues. That
Right.
even if reparations didn't fix uh racial economic inequality, even if it wasn't that good at doing so, there's a
Mhm.
meaningful symbolic and pragmatic need to do that, and also a need to address systemic racism through whatever means necessary. But that is something that needs to be owed. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, because reparations is the, like, America can, a president can come out and say, like, we own slaves, but like reparations is the one, like, is the official acknowledgement of the reality and the history
Yeah.
of people in this country. Like, if it's nice to say something, but like to say that once you put it on paper, like, oh no, we owe you for this, then it's real. And I believe that's a necessary step to get to those other things too. Like, I think a society without racism is a society that's like, or it's a state that's done the job of taking responsibility for its history.
Yeah. No, I understand. I feel like in terms of what I would fight for or the priorities I would consider, I would always.
I'm sorry. I'm going to call my light real quick. I feel like I'm.
It's okay. I've been turning up your brightness on my end the whole time, so you. Oh, well, now I'm going to have to turn down. Okay.
Oh crap! Is this light weird? Oh,
no, you look good. All
okay.
right, hold on. There we go. Okay, I had adjusted some settings on my end, but yeah, we'll go with that. Okay. So I guess in terms of my priorities, I guess I would always, when talking with conservatives or when looking towards solutions to these problems, I feel like I'm always going to look first and foremost towards solutions to systemic poverty, with the debt owed being a secondary priority. That, I mean, that's entirely a product of my bias. I recognize that. I think that when I think of, like, what are the things that I care about, what are the things that I want to fight for, what are the topics in a discussion I want to expend energy defending, it will always be whatever I think would be the best approach to addressing systemic racism over the moral need to pay back that debt. But I think I can respect the idea that they're two separate, well, similar, adjacent, but separate things that both need to be fought for in their own rights. I think I understand that. Let me think for a second. I think one of the big fears that I have, this is something this keeps me up at night, okay? This is a great terror for me. One of the fears that I have is the idea that, you know how racist folk are always using the poverty of black people as a sort of self-reinforcing mechanism to justify their continued poverty. Like, we live in a meritocracy, so if black people are poor, that must be because they suck. Like, that kind of thing, you know? The thing that worries me is that if you have, like, a targeted reparations program that alleviates that burden in some way, you might have a situation where black people are, for a time, receiving legal privileges that nobody else is receiving, which, I mean, that'd be the point of reparations. But because the underlying mechanisms aren't resolved, the underlying economic and political systems that cause that poverty, they would continue to be disadvantaged. And that feels like it'd be ammunition for a ton of people on the right. Like, oh, look at this. The liberals wanted to give black people money for being black because their great, etc. grandparents were slaves or whatever, and they're still poor. And it would turn into this big thing, you know, like this, we gave them 2 shots now. And it would be totally disingenuous, of course. I mean, obviously, it's a bad argument. But I can't help but think that that would dominate the news cycles for a long, long time. And it would, like, put a stain on the entire program, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think...
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Wait, hold on. I had my cat locked in here, and I didn't notice. 1 second.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah?
You can grab it.
Why were you here? Sorry, I thought I did a cat sweep before turning on the live button. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. I had a working sweep earlier.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Please continue.
No, I think what you said is completely right. Reparations without addressing the systemic racism also doesn't solve the larger problem. Like, it is a both and yeah, it's a both and like, again, so I think there's priorities. I think systemic racism is, like, addressing systemic racism is a higher priority. I believe that ending poverty is also a high priority. Reparations is something I advocate for as a principle, and but that doesn't mean that it is my top number one priority. And that sound comes off crazy to a lot of Black people, but it I think, like I said, I don't think reparations is about again, I don't associate it with poverty. I don't associate it with even helping Black people. I just believe that it is its own moral issue that if we, I'm not sure, like even going back to your analogy earlier about like the friend who owes you $10. I mean, yet you owe your friend $10. It would be one thing if you gave them a ride, like if you, specifically targeted and gave them a ride to the airport or to the mall or wherever they needed to go. But if you said, hey, I'm going to the mall, and then you want to come and they ride with you, and then you say, dude, I gave you a ride to the mall, like that wasn't for me. You did that for, you did that to benefit yourself, and I just happened to also be there. I feel like that's sort of backhandish.
Yeah, no, that's totally true. Yeah, and people do that in
Mm-hmm.
interpersonal relationships. Like they'll try to get out of burdens by making themselves useful in other ways. In a
Right,
sort of
in ways that,
cynical.
like that benefit to them, not like I did that thing for you that no one asked you to do, and like I don't know. It's just that's his own issue. But
So I have one more question for you, I guess, in a matter of
mhm.
pragmatics. So, how would you implement the reparations if possible? And the reason I have to be specific on this is because affirmative action uh obviously has sort of a mixed history in this country in terms of,
Ooh, I wanted to talk about that. I'm
yeah,
glad you said that. Sorry for cutting you off.
not only in reception but also in practice. The biggest beneficiaries of affirmative action are white women. But
Right.
even if you were to take that away, and let's say we're just looking at like the racial element of it, there have been some negative effects associated with that type of legal privileging. For example, lowering admission requirements for POC students, which some schools have
Mhm.
done for I guess experiment's sake, if nothing else. And the problem is that you're not really fundamentally addressing anything at the ground level. You're just kind of making up for it by widening the net at the end. And what this leads to
Mhm.
invariably, since you're lowering your admission standards, is that more people end up flunking out. More POC students end up flunking out. And that ends up contributing towards some of the statistics that are used to malign people of color, because it's like, oh, we lowered the admission requirements and they have a disproportionate weight of dropping out. Well, of course. Well, yeah, of course, obviously that's what's going to happen, but it doesn't seem to, not only does it not fix the problem, it seems to exacerbate the statistics that make evident the problem, if that makes any sense.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah, I think well, the biggest point you already acknowledged, affirmative action is something that, like I said, predominantly benefits white women, but also like all of the negatives every time a Black person is in a position of like power, has any position, like it society treats them as if they didn't earn it, even though like we're not
Yeah.
even necessarily getting the benefit from that, which kind of is potentially one of my worries of some type of any type of like universal reparations program, because like you would say like, oh, like we're going to give everyone, everyone's going to get the right amount of funds, but in any society, like funds are always like limited, and I don't know, I can just see so many ways where like the 10 poor states are all Republican states, and there are a lot of Black people in Republican states, don't get me wrong, but like I can see where large chunks of the money are going through to Kentucky and Nebraska and Iowa and Wyoming and West Virginia. Like these places just happen to be, per capita the poorest places, and now white people are being the largest benefactors because like, oh, Black people in Philadelphia, there are poor Black people in Philadelphia, but Philadelphia as a whole isn't a poor city, so their cuts are different. I don't know. They always find ways in these things if you give them opportunities to. It just historically speaking, that seems to be
Mhm.
how that's went. But sorry, I went on that little rant. What was the second part of about colleges?
I just
I do.
yeah, it seems like targeted privileging often leads to the worsening of some metrics that may actually contribute to the problem,
Oh yeah, I think there's definitely some validity to that. That's what the studies seem to show in like in that specific regard. Um, but I wouldn't necessarily be in favor of removing those programs. I just think they should be a separate allocation. Like, because the framing always gets like whenever a black kid gets into a school, like, oh, he was affirmative action case, and the Asian kid didn't like he took the Asian kid seat or he took someone else's seat,
Yeah.
which I don't think that's a fair framing of the situation. I believe that there should be like like the school has like the number of people it is supposed to let in through like the normal means. And then you can have like an extra, 50, 60 seats for people who, come from like a different sets of conditions. And I don't think that it should necessarily be lower qualified, but like it could be people who meet the qualifications, but if you can only accept so many people, you can make an extra effort to get some people like to have like a few slots allocated,
I
like
feel
separate from the other.
I feel like what you'd really need is a hook, right? I mean, what if you had
Mhm.
it like what if you had it so that universities would get some kind of tax credit or some other kind of federal funding benefit if they had programs that reached out to like historically black communities, like their high schools and
Mhm.
stuff, and they tried to find way. Because if you just try to scoop people up at the end, maybe that's too late. You've already had the effect of an on average worse educational experience. But maybe you
Mhm.
could get in some extracurriculars. You can otherwise subsidize some way of building a bridge between the accessibility of higher academia and the generally significantly worse schooling black kids have to go to in America,
Yeah,
stuff like
definitely.
that.
Which I also wanted to say that like although that's something I'm also in favor of, like I'm in principle a really big advocate for HBCUs as a concept, not because I'm like a black separatist and like think there's like black people being separated from the rest of society. I just believe that these institutions I, like to black people, it's sort of our beacons that
I mean,
we
we
look
already
to as
have
like
historically white universities. We just don't call them that, right?
exactly,
There are a
yeah.
ton of institutions that are basically an all but name historically white this, historically white that. As long as nobody's being blocked from attending because of their race, that's the one thing I'll never abide. If a white kid
Hmm.
really wants to go to a historically black college, then fucking Godspeed. It's not like
Yeah.
given the demographic trends in this country, I doubt that historically black colleges are gonna like get more funding and then all the white kids are going to go there and then the black kids will have to go somewhere else. I don't think we're going to gentrify black colleges. So I'm not that
Yeah,
worried
no.
about the outcomes of that. But no, it's true. As long as people have the freedom to go where they want, in the absolute text of things, then I'm totally okay with that. Plus, I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm just really in favor of like increasing the funding overall for these universities, which it seems like we're starting to do. We're not at at a number that I think is good yet, but like like I'll take everyone I can get in that
yeah.
direction.
God, it's so frustrating because this feels like something that could be really interesting to explore sociologically if the whole country was willing to act in good faith. But
Hmm.
I don't think they are. I mean, I know they're not, obviously. It's also a matter of how much money would be allocated to the project, right? If you, I wonder what the bill on that would be. We have plenty of federal money we could be spending that we're not. I want trillions spent on infrastructure and civic reinvestment, but if it came to like a reparations package, how much would be so much that people would feel like there's some legitimacy to complaints behind? Like, for example, if a reparations package was like $5 trillion, that would be, I mean, at that point that you're meaningfully denting the ability for the government to do other things, and people are going to be mad no matter how well executed that program is. That's
Hmm.
obviously a ridiculously high number. Though, remember earlier when you said 20 trillion was an estimate some people throw out for like damages owed?
Right.
Yeah, the number that I got when I did some math on my own, given some very basic interest like established in other cases of comparable significance, would have been in the hundreds of trillions. It would have bankrupted the world. So we're dealing
Right.
with a pretty substantial debt here. I just wonder, like what the sweet spot on that is. How well could you do the program without giving additional cause for complaint to people. Because not everyone who's going to complain is going to be like some conservative, like white supremacist or whatever. There are going to be plenty of people who just aren't as sold on the moral need for reparations, even if they're on board with fighting systemic inequality.
I mean, it's not, to me, it's not about the number. I think of reparations. Some people hold like,
Uh-oh, you're cutting out, man. Hello? Uh-oh, might have to wait a second for our friend to return. Whoop! Hello? And I can't hear you. I still can't hear you. Can you hear me? Shake your head if you can hear me. Okay, nice. Okay, well that's half the equation. Here, let me rejoin the call. Maybe it's on my end. Who knows?
hello.
Oh! Never mind.
Yeah,
Hello.
sorry. I'm horrible at things. Let
Oh,
me
ain't no.
actually just.
This is legitimately in like the 95th percentile of call quality from people I email, So I wouldn't worry. It's going fine. You said it wasn't really about a high number to you, and then you said what
Yes.
you'd be happy with. So could you?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, reparations isn't necessarily about a specific number. It's about I think of reparations the same way I think about taxes. Like some people, you may be included in this, morally or anti-billionaire, like as a concept. I don't mind any of these things in principle. I just believe that taxes need to be high enough to fund the things that need to be funded. Because that's the purpose is taxes serve. Like there's something that we need, and we need to collectively pay in for whatever that is.
Yeah.
So I think that reparations will work the same way. I think that, like I said, you have a committee, you make a list, it's fought over back and forth, and you come to some general idea of the programs that you would like to see funded, and then from there you do the math on that number, and that's as far as it goes. Like if you could technically owe more after that, then cut it aside. That's just extra at that point. That's unnecessary.
You know what I've heard before that might actually be like a pretty good way of not only pragmatically but sort of civically addressing reparations? Be kind of like a new GI Bill, because since black vets were denied access to the GI Bill after World War II, which gave white Americans like a huge leg up when it came to housing and like suburban infrastructural development. That's recent history. There are people alive today who would have gotten denied the GI Bill on account of being black, and that way, that seems like a really solid argument. Like there are literally people alive today who would have benefited from that. And that would have been like college education fund, unemployment insurance, housing. You kick that off, 4, 5, 6 years or something? Maybe that's not all, but that feels like a really good template, It was like one of the ways people were given an opportunity to ground themselves, and they just flat out didn't,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to be completely honest, whenever I went in this conversation with you, I assumed this is kind of how it would go. I think I would like bring up things, and I consider myself to be reasonable, and I feel like you are also reasonable. So I'm sure you would come along with a lot of these things. I think the larger issue, like, because at the end of the day, conservatives are going to be conservatives. They always have the bad ideas. I think my bigger issue is generally with the left as a whole, and I'm including myself in the left, even though like I'm identify as a sock damn, and the left usually like spits me out. like like with the left, whenever it comes to reparations, like even when I was reading earlier in the chat from your community, like it was like, oh, black people are seeking handouts, and it just felt very weird. It seems like the left has sometimes gets pretty class reductionist when it comes to this specific issue, and it doesn't seem like we do that with other groups of people. And it may be because like you have a larger you don't have a very large like black community engagement that like leads people to feel in that type of way.
Well, okay, first of all, I'll have you know that one time I was in a gas station, a guy came up and said he was a fan, and he was black, so I'll hear none of this, okay? Yeah, I make no account for my chat. With regards to with regards to like the sort of class reductionist approach, I think it's because in American society we've kind of, at least explicitly, agreed in the idea that class is one of the only demographic characteristics that it's acceptable to actually discriminate against, you know?
Hmm.
Now, obviously, if you're disadvantaged in a means by your class, you can change that. I mean, you can't unblack yourself, but a poor person can potentially become rich. But for the most part, people stay where they are for their whole lives. The
Hmm.
overwhelming
Yes, the
majority,
stickiness at the ends concept. Yeah.
yeah,
Um,
like most people will be in about the same position their whole lives. And for that reason, it seems like the optics of selling these class-based solutions, I mean, they're always going to be stronger. When it comes to the
but
race-based stuff, though,
even with that concept,
mhm,
like because even with that concept, black people who do fall into the like middle and upper class are actually two times more likely to fall down to the bottom ring again.
no, that's
So
totally
like,
true. Well, I just want to say
mm,
I agree with that, and it's one of the reasons why I do dislike it when people act as though racism exists exclusively through economic axes now, which for the most part that might be true because through redlining and all that other business, it was possible to, sideline the consequences of racism onto otherwise unobjectionable economic problems. But
mm,
it's not holistic. There are plenty of ways, rich or poor, that black folk get screwed over in ways white folk don't.
right. And I think because an analogy I always use is if someone, like if we're running a race and give you a 20-yard head start, and then you say, okay, you know what, we're like, and you're just holding me back, and then like you find like who the other person finally lets me go, and now like, all right, now we're racing from an equal playing field, but you still have that 20-yard head start if you don't like address and specifically fix that problem. Because my thing is, if you get, okay, we're gonna move everybody 20 yards up now, well, now you're still 20 yards in front of me. I think that it's important to specifically target who you want to address, especially when you're dealing with situations of people who are like um, placed in that position. Like, don't get me wrong, poverty exists in society, and I believe that like the system exists to create like a lower ring, and like a lower class of people. But like the difference with black people in an American sense is like black people were systemically targeted to specifically be placed at the bottom ring. Like, like white people who are poor in America are poor. Like it could have been anybody. It just happened to be you.
Yeah,
But
no, for
black people
sure.
who are poor in America were specifically like it was supposed to be you,
Also, there are
which
very
I
few
is different.
situations where a person who is white, whether they're poor or rich, would have their lives made easier if they were black, even if you changed
Mm-hmm.
nothing about their socioeconomic situation. In most instances, there would be a sharp decline in the ease with which they can live their life if you made them
Mm-hmm.
black, or vice versa, if you took a black guy and so on. Not always, not for everyone, but
Right.
statistically significantly enough. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I do agree. You can't just rely on a class-based approach. It's just a matter of the political priorities you're willing to fight for.
Right.
And I mean, I guess these are like two separate but interlocked things: the need for justice and the need for equality. And
Mm-hmm.
I can totally get behind that. I think the goal would be, I feel like when it comes to economic outcomes, it would be possible to alleviate almost any economic disparity between the races without policies specifically targeting one race or another. It is like in concept, if you have policies which disproportionately benefit poor people, that's going to overwhelmingly help black people just because more black people are poor than other races are. And I feel like if you take that logic and you multiply it along enough policies, enough approaches, eventually you could get everyone about on par. But that's not justice necessarily. That's just, I guess, that would be a cleaning project that any society should engage in no matter what
Yeah,
they
but
do.
that's just a country's responsibility in
Yeah,
my
yeah, that's baseline country responsibility. That's not like the exceptional debt owed for, what would it be, 2.5 centuries of chattel slavery. So
Mhm.
yeah, no, yeah, I think I could get behind that. I'd have to think a
Yes.
little bit about how I would want reparations done, or which ways it could be done that would lead to the best outcomes and to the least amount of political harm. But I think I can get behind that idea.
And again, this isn't like I didn't come on because I think you're like a bad guy or you were doing anything wrong. I just think that I know that you're like really big in these type of spaces, and for better or for worse, people do listen to you. People take what you say to heart,
For
and even
better.
if you say
Always for
something
better.
that you don't. You're right, but even if you don't like necessarily mean something like because you can't always be nuanced and give like the very specifics of everything you say, and I'm not going to hold you to that like account because I'm sure I say stupid stuff all the time. But I think whenever I believed as soon as it came out your mouth that you said that like, oh, reparations like shouldn't have anything to do with race. I believe that you had this nuance in you, but I don't believe that that's how the audience took that. And I believe that there's some people who said like, yeah, race
No.
is stupid.
No, probably not. Though in a debate environment like that, there is obviously a limit to available nuance. Any topic discussed in that environment is going to be explored to a thousandth of its potential depth. And if
Mm,
I mean, I'll be honest with you, when it comes to talking with conservatives, I would much rather have them think like, yeah, reparations, we're gonna fix poverty, than try to waste like 4 hours explaining the moral need to, because that's the thing with the reparations argument, like the justice argument, they
mm,
will never buy that because they don't
yeah.
think there's a debt owed. And I could spend a million years talking to them about this, but trust me, from experience, I can say they won't budge, not for the most part. So maybe selling them on like some watered down variant of it, yeah, reparations, we should work to address systemic poverty, but between the races, I'll say this much. In that environment, I was shocked. I literally, I almost commented on it live, which I'm glad I didn't, but I was able to describe the existence of systemic racism to Charlie Kirk and not get challenged on it. I couldn't believe that. Charlie Kirk doesn't
Mm,
believe in systemic racism. Ben Shapiro doesn't believe in systemic racism. They think it's all black culture makes them poor or something. Being able to give that argument and have a bunch of conservatives hear it and not get pushed back on it, to me, that was like an overwhelming victory right out the gate. And then
oh yeah, definitely.
yeah, and after that, I thought, okay, we're on reparations now. Can I, do we talk about like the moral weight of slavery, or do I just try to like sell it like softball? And
No, yeah,
there's
you got to know your audience. Like, I actually had no issue with what you said with Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool because that just like stirring up the conversation. If you can get like knowing when you're dealing with like a large conservative audience, I think it is okay to like you know just get people on board with the idea. Like start the train cooking in their brains. Like, oh, okay, like maybe this is reasonable.
yeah,
But
and that's I
my
just
my thing was
oh,
specifically
sorry.
when you came back to your audience and when you like whenever because you said like when you were on stream later, like and you were talking about it.
Oh, right,
I
and I was
think
like,
that
yeah,
was an opportunity.
I
Mm,
I am still trepidatious about it. I admit. I'll acknowledge that the concept of accurately and responsibly targeting race-based programs is always going to be really rocky to me. Um,
mhm,
but I understand the moral necessity. And I just want to
mhm,
say, with regards to like the Charlie Kirk conversation and stuff, in case anyone wants to interpret me in bad faith, not a single thing that I said there was dishonest. The idea that, like the idea of like addressing systemic racism and like this is what we should do. We need to acknowledge it. We need to address it by taking hold of these economic systems that disadvantage black people. And all that stuff is completely and totally honest. Obviously, we just have to pick and choose what elements of an idea we can get into when discussing it in a format like that. I just know some people are going to interpret what I said as me going like, I lied because they're dumb, which isn't.
oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
I,
Um.
oh,
Yeah. No. No. It's tough stuff. I will say this. I would much rather have to argue with conservatives who are on board with the idea of addressing systemic racism, but are not on board with the reparations thing than I would
but even
conservatives.
just addressing poverty would be cool. Like I said,
Yeah, who are
I'm
opposed to
very big
both.
on
Yeah.
yeah. I was about to say like I'm very big on like ending poverty. That's one of my like that is like a really high priority for me. So even that to me that's just a separate issue, which I feel like even you don't even have to attach reparation to it because I feel like that just makes it easier. Like I don't think that like attaching reparations with poverty makes either issue better to me.
It
Like
might actually make it worse too, because that would mean
mm,
that if reparations fail to address systemic poverty, it's seen as a mark against the potential for the government or for government resources to be used in that way, and
mm,
vice versa. It would also mean that people would forever stigmatize any attempt at addressing poverty or inequality as some kind of race-based program. So yeah,
Mm,
okay, yeah, actually, okay, yeah. I think I have to think about this a little more, but I think that I think I agree with you.
okay. Well, yeah, this was pretty much all I wanted to talk to you about. I'm super shocked that you talked to me. This is like really random. This was like a really cool experience for me. Hopefully we can talk about other stuff at later dates because I feel like you should actually talk to more Black people. We're
It's
pretty
not
cool.
okay. Wait, hold on, wait. I resent the implication that it's some sort of protracted effort on my part to avoid those conversations. Okay, I bring a lot of crazies on stream, and you know what? Most of them are white people, so you can. That's on us being bad. All right, that's.
Well, I volunteer to be your Black friend in the future. When next time a tactical N word comes out, like send it
Stop.
my way.
They're gonna get mad at both of us for this. Thank you. I really appreciate you coming on. Seriously, it's given me stuff to think about. I really appreciate it.
All right. Well, yeah, appreciate bringing me on.
You take care, okay?
You too. Oh, can I
Oh yeah,
plug?
yeah, for sure.
Um, hey, yeah. Again, my name is Bam. I have a YouTube channel with one video and 7 subscribers. Please, somebody change that. It's called Under Black American Made.
Oh, give me a link. Can you link the or I can probably find it.
Ooh, yeah. I was about to say I don't even know how to link things.
I'll have my
I
editor
suck
link
at
it in
internet today.
the video description.
Oh yeah, but if people would actually watch my videos, I would actually start streaming and like becoming a larger part of this sort of community. I think what Vaj does is really cool. Yeah, thanks y'all for
Did they find it? Let me
talking to me.
see.
I
Yeah,
have
okay,
no idea.
there it is. Okay, chat has it now. Okay, cool. I'll have it in the video description.
Okay,
Thank you, man. You have a good day, okay?
you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, sorry to everyone who was expecting a horrible dog shit conversation. We actually gave you a super good one. Here you go. Whoa! This guy's got an 8-year-old video called 505 Squat. Hold on. Do it! Yeah! Nice. Cool, so he's smarter and stronger than me. Like? That was a good conversation. Let me link it in YouTube chat too. I know the desperate frothing YouTube chat masses want that video. And Twitch chat. How rarely do I give links to Twitch chat? Oh wait, it's already being linked in Twitch chat. Okay, well, that's fine. Oh, that was good. We feel Vosh is a black friend now. Look, I don't. Okay, shut up. What kind of reparations is he advocating for? Money-wise, is it doable? The point that he was making, as I understood it, was that reparations isn't about addressing systemic racism. Reparations is about the nation's acknowledgement and repayment towards the crime of slavery. That for hundreds of years, this country built itself off the back of slave labor, and this is a simultaneous. It's not about giving them, like, black people, like, all the money or whatever. It's about closing the sarcophagus, like putting the stamp down on the great crime and acknowledging it through some kind of direct, meaningful policy or set of policies, you know? But that the battle to end systemic racism must be one which is fought simultaneously, and perhaps more substantively, you know. Sorry, Tron. Vosh, in seriousness, one of the issues I have with the online left is how overwhelmingly white it is. I think making a concerted effort to reach out to more black leftists and platform them would be good. Yeah, okay. Here's a reason why that's probably not going to happen for me, because people would assume I'm doing it to overcompensate for racism. Not that I'm ever fucking racist on here, but if I did that, people would tear into me for it. And I think, by the way, I think the people I reached out to would think the same way, you know? Wait, what did I say on here in response to? If anything, the group of people I need to apologize to are the British. Nah, but real though, I'm never gonna, like, reach out to people just because of their race or whatever. I'm sorry, I know that's, like, the cool thing to do, you know? Like, but, like, you guys have no idea how little thought I put into, like, bringing people on. I get emails, and I bring them on. I don't know what people's whatever race or what, I just bring people on, you know? Alright, if that makes me racist, okay. Vosh, can you shout Shark out again, though? He's black and also a cishet online lefty. Okay, I'll shout Shark out, not because he's black, but because he's cishet, alright? Truly the most maligned minority group in all of the online left, alright? That's why. Oh, look at that! He's got a video where he goes over my debate with Charlie Kirk. Nice. Nah, Shark's cool. I had him on during the 24-hour PCRF stream. Yeah, Shark's cool. Should take a look. I'm following, right? Yeah, I'm following. Okay. Yes.
Editing out the bad parts. You can't teach American history while being both true and patriotic. I mean, depending on how you wanna define that, I think that's very true.
This guy stole my shit. He has a screen with chat in the bottom left and the cam in the bottom right. Whew. Imagine. Yoink? Yeah, copyright. Copyright. Is Dylan still watching that buck breaking movie? Oh god, at 1.3k viewers, he probably is, yeah. Oh my god, wait, hold on.
And it's up to us to understand
Yeah.
what the agenda is.
What's the, can you like back up just like what, I mean, like just back up one of your claims with like some sort of actual article and not like a,
it's all just blogs.
where are the billions of dollars that are being spent onto?
Okay, I want you guys to stick with my stream, you know, for obvious reasons. However, if you're smart, you'll go over and watch Dylan Burns and YMS watch Buck Breaking, a movie about how black people are being forced to be gay or whatever by Tariq Nasheed, okay? Now, you should stay with me. However, the smart decision is to be here, okay? I'm just saying that, okay?
I'm silencing black voices, making Tariq Nasheed proud,
Wow.
making him angry at me.
Based. All right. 2 monitors means you can watch both. That's true. You know, I was doing some errant Googling while talking to my new friend, Black American Maid. I don't know if there's a more convenient name by which to refer to him. And have we ever gone? Bam? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Have we ever gone over a Sigma male grind set video? The horoscopes for men? Have we ever done that? I just kind of want to see. I've never actually...
Sigma males are innovative and sometimes misunderstood men. Although they're commonly...
What's that meme? Can anyone find me that meme? It's like the gif of the guy rolling his eyes in exasperation, and the caption is, when my mom hears I haven't made any friends at school yet, and I have to explain to her what a Sigma male is. Or something like that. You know what I mean? When my mom asks me why no one sits with me in the cafeteria, and I'm like, oh, Mom, I'm not lonely, I'm Sigma.
Lauded as brilliant entrepreneurs and problem solvers, whose theories and ideas can change the world, they're also frequently described as arrogant, uncompromising, and even cold. But the truth is that Sigma males are generally very sensitive.
So wait, just to be clear, right? Just so we all know what's happening, okay? The term alpha male, oh, is this it? Oh, yes. Oh my god, it's so good. So, this is kind of like a truncated history, but like, the term alpha male was basically like, people observed and misunderstood the behavior of wolves, and they thought, oh, some humans are like the pack leader wolf, where they're really strong and take charge and everyone likes them. And that's the alpha male. And the alpha male became a sort of euphemistic, colloquial term for a man who was confident, charismatic, and domineering. And they usually very attractive and strong, but not always, because sometimes guys were called alpha males just for being like super powerful and confident, you know? And the thing is that there are a bunch of guys online who really, really, really want to think highly of themselves because they have desperately low self-esteem and they're looking for anything to cling on to. But the problem with alpha males is that alpha males are by definition charismatic and social. So these guys thought, okay, well, I'm not charismatic or social, but I am as cool as an alpha male in every other way. So I'm actually a Sigma male. And then they made the Sigma male thing, and it's basically like, I want to latch on to the unearned entitlement of an alpha male, but even I'm not crazy enough to believe I'm capable of socializing with others. Is that like that's where we're at, right? It's like giga cope. It's like unimaginable cope. It's so cope. What are the before we even get into this, what are the comments like? Hold on. Things Sigma males hate. Need to add, hate being told we know everything. I hate that. It's not my fault I like to explore everything there is out there and learn more every day. That's what Sigma males hate. Being reminded of their divine omniscience. Yes, that's... Nothing gets a Sigma male's gears grinding harder than people pointing out the fact that they are brain gods. Very true. They hate seeking attention and who seeks rushy places, to be in lots of relationships which give no benefits, mentally, physically, emotionally, physically. Damn. Is being a Sigma male like being on the spectrum? Because rushy places? Jesus. It almost sounds like an offensive stereotype list written by a... Sigma men are the doers that most want to be, but don't want to put in the time and energy. Sigma men are the true leaders, because they take care of the pack, but have no use for glory and accolades. See, that's why Stacy doesn't return his texts. He leads the pack, but, you know, he's like the Dark Knight, you know? Like he leads from the shadows. So that's why he's sitting at home on a Friday night. And now that's a Sigma male channel profile pic if I ever saw one. A giant steampunk top hat and goggles and a black tie, black shirt ensemble. This reminds me of me when I was in high school, but this guy's like 30. Whoa! Zoom out, buddy. Thank you. Sigma males detest superficially and shallowness. Guys, are Sigma males allergic to, like, the English language? Every fucking comment I've read so far. That's usually why they dislike groups and small talk, and why they keep themselves to themselves. They take life too seriously to engage in life's trivialities. Great video once again, wise thinker. We also hate mandatory but unnecessary meetings, as opposed to other people who love mandatory but unnecessary meetings. This is like a Sunday morning newspaper cartoon clipping framed on a refrigerator. What? Oh yeah, dude, that's the Sigma male grind. Hey, dude, total Sigma male energy. I hate it when I show up to the bus stop right as the last bus pulls away, and then I have to get a cab. Sigma male moment, you know? Whew. I hate it when I'm walking up the staircase, and I'm the first one there because I ran out of homeroom right after the bell rang because I wanted to be first, but then I trip on my untied shoelace and hit my face on the edge of the railing and break my nose. And the reason why nobody looked at me and tried to help me up or ask if I was okay is because as a Sigma male, nobody cares about me or knows who I am. I led the pact anonymously, like a sort of dark knight. Sigma male moment. Sigma male at office job. Fuck the paperwork. As opposed to other people. Oh yeah, dude. Lambda males, alpha males, beta males, gamma males. They're like, dude, we love paperwork. Imagine that tower behind me is paperwork. That's them. That's if that was a tower of paperwork, that's how they'd respond to it, you know? But as a Sigma male, you'd go, Sigma male moment. This has touched me to my core.
Loyal and open-minded. Known for their intellectual curiosity and their unique approach to life, the Sigma male easily spots the logical inconsistencies in any given argument or system. While there are many things that they can tolerate, even Sigma males have their limits.
What's this? 15 things Sigma males absolutely despise. Number 15, when they forget to like and subscribe to the Sigma male channels they follow.
There are a lot of things, though, that Sigma male absolutely hates. Here are 15 things most Sigmas absolutely hate. 1. Constant social interaction. Sigma males need lots of time.
Can we just keep a running tally of how many of these Sigma male traits are on the autism diagnosis, like, sort of itinerary, you know? Just, so that's one, okay? Again, I'm autistic. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that I don't cope and pretend that my aversion to socializing and my dislike of triviality means that I'm some kind of secret shadow leader of human social hierarchies, okay?
To themselves. No matter how much they love hanging out with a particular person, if they find themselves unable to escape from said person to read a book or work on a project, they'll become exhausted and get more and more difficult to be around. To be clear, we're talking about constant social interaction with a good friend. Many Sigma males absolutely love to talk, but only about the subjects that they've explored and thought about very deeply,
Autism.
usually having a scientific,
autism.
social, or psychological bent. Small talk is probably not going to happen. If it absolutely needs to happen, Sigma males will probably disappear as soon as they can.
That's 3.
2.
We somehow have 3 traits of autism, and we're only on point number 2.
Rules and the status quo. Playing by the rules is not very important to Sigma males. Give them a list of rules and they may endlessly question you, bend the rules, and even break them if they see a better way. They are always innovating and tweaking. If they don't have the opportunity to do that, they'll be very, very unhappy, and you'll probably hear about it.
5! They adapt to their own routines, and they have a particular way of how they want to handle things, and they get agitated if they can't do it. That's 5. We're on 5 now.
3. Routine tasks.
Oh my god!
Obviously, routine tasks are not looking good for Sigma male.
Dude, can we just rebrand autism as Sigmaism? This is awesome. This is just like, we are just normalizing and celebrating a historically marginalized demographic. If you have a problem with this video, you're being problematic, okay?
They are easily bored with process work and are not good at paper pushing. They might
6.
say, go to the gym, but only after they've created the best, most research-backed, and efficient way of working out. Grocery.
7? Come on, dude, it's point for point. Everything. Oh my god.
Clothing, cooking, anything routine, will never be done the same way every day, if at all. Or they'll delegate these tasks. 4. Being forced to deal with lots of details.
Oh no.
Sigma males are intuitive, which means they're at their best when they're dealing with the big picture. Their minds are geared toward brainstorming new ideas, exploring possibilities, and innovating.
I don't think this is isn't one of the stereotypes that autistic people like focusing on the details? Like autistic people get hyper fixated on something and then they'll go down to the granular. Okay, so this to me, this is not this is the opposite of autism. This is we're fit an all-encompassing Sigma male. Yeah, this is more ADHD males. What if Sigma males are just every neuroatypical condition? We're going to have all of it. We're going to have autism, ADHD, bipolar, borderline personality disorder. We're going to wrote all of it. Where's the Sigma male trait things they hate number 7? When people don't respect your alters.
Outwardly, they may look like they're lost in an unending daydream, caught up in the dialogue inside their head.
Okay, this is
And
literally just
generally,
ADHD.
For them, that dialogue is far more interesting than anything else happening in the real
Okay,
world.
wait, this could be
As
either.
a result, they tend to be easily bored by the mundane or routine. Many Sigmas struggle with completing day-to-day tasks like keeping their desk organized or remembering to take the car into the shop
This
for
is
its
just
regular oil
ADHD.
change. It's not that they can't do these things. In fact, developing some sensing skills will go a long way toward
Okay, maybe Sigma male means you have autism and ADHD. So it's like the intersection between those two. Yeah, okay.
helping them realize their bigger dreams. It's just that these things don't hold their interest. In fact, Sigmas will hate any situation that forces them to focus on lots of little details, like a job or a class.
But unironically, though, this is how horoscopes work. The goal of, like, listicles like this is that everyone's supposed to relate to them. Because almost everybody is going to relate to this. You have trouble keeping up with keeping your desk clean. You don't like paperwork. Like, wow. It's like horoscopes, where anyone can read into it, you know?
5. Not getting enough alone time.
We already did that, though.
Although
with the
often
first one.
mistaken for extroverts, due to the deep interest in people, Sigma males are true introverts who need plenty of time alone. Without it, they will become stressed and exhausted. Every little thing will get on their nerves, and they'll lose their characteristically patient, understanding nature.
I'm sorry, wait, what are these white squiggly things next to the blood cells? I have never seen blood cells rendered next to tapeworms. Okay, but what are they actually? They can't actually be tapeworms. What are they actually? Sigma cells. Okay, these are the the sigma fibers, you know? I don't think that's blood. No, those are blood cells. They have the blood cell shape.
They may even become bitingly mean and critical. Ultimately, they may even hate the person they become under such stress.
Jesus.
6. Being pressured to talk about their feelings before they're ready.
Oh my god!
Because Sigmas view everything through the lens of logic, they may sometimes feel uncomfortable dealing with emotional matters. That includes dealing with other people's feelings, but especially their own.
First of all, by definition, nobody likes talking about their feelings before they're ready. That's by definition. They're not ready.
Private by nature, they tend to keep their emotions to themselves, sometimes hiding them from even those closest to them.
I like this stock video footage of this guy who just looks super fucking anxious in, like, a public boulevard or something. I don't know, this guy's cracking me up a little bit. This guy looks like he's about to participate in, like, a dead drop or someone's about to die, you know? Him or someone else. Yeah, he looks like Ryan Gosling.
It's not that Sigmas are incapable of talking about emotional matters. It's that they likely need more time than others to process them, and they need to feel emotionally safe with someone before opening up in such a vulnerable way. When someone pressures a Sigma male to talk about personal or emotional matters before they're ready, they will hate it.
Yeah, because they're not ready, but that's the case with everyone. How is that new? That's not a new... Yeah. Dude, another trait of Sigma males is that they hate it when they eat too much food. It makes them full. Well...
7. Having to compromise their values.
Oh my god.
Sigma males are idealists who see the world in a unique way. They understand that in some manner, everything is connected to everything else. Words, emotions, and actions have
As opposed to other people who like having their values compromised on, by the way.
a ripple effect, impacting people across generations and geographical space.
Sigma males hate it when you kick them directly in the balls. It's not comfortable or expected. There's nothing a Sigma male dislikes quite more than being unexpectedly kicked directly in the genitals. Sigma males in particular find this because Sigma males have very large cocks and balls. This is particularly painful for them.
As a result, they often have a strong sense of how things should be, especially as it relates to culture, society, and humanity. If Sigmas are forced to compromise their strong
That's
moral
so
values for a
vague.
job or relationship, they will hate it. 8. Ignorance. Reading and education are incredibly important to Sigma males, but they aren't total monsters about it. If you haven't read a book that they have or don't know anything about a subject that they know a lot about, they'll understand.
What?
That said, if you throw your opinion around without reading the article, or frequently talk about how useless education is, you're probably not going to make a Sigma happy.
Damn, dude. Sigma males distinguish themselves by not liking it when people openly disparage the subjects that they've taken time to research. As opposed to other people who delight in spending lengths of time researching a subject and then watching other people be wrong about it. Yeah, wow, we're all Sigma males on this fine day.
9. When people don't use their knowledge. Sigma males love to learn and are insatiably curious. But, surprisingly, they're not the type to learn and never do anything with that knowledge. These thinkers act as much as they learn, and what drives them crazy is running into someone who loves to think about ideas but never tries to put them into practice.
Who do you think, how many people do you think masturbated while watching this video? Like, oh yeah, I'm just like that. I'm a big thinker, big brain guy. I thought the reason why people wouldn't talk to me and why nobody listened to me was because of my unlikable personality, but actually it's because I'm a Sigma.
Sigma males want to test out their theories in real life, instead of only playing around with ideas in their heads.
Wait, was it an earlier point that they tended to be big picture people who liked it, like, creating large, broad ideas, and they didn't like it focusing on the details? Wait, hold on. These are mutually exclusive, pretty much. Unless there's some incredible nuance to these points, you can't be a big picture idealist who hates details and a person who explicitly dislikes it when people don't put their ideas into action. These are like different types of people. Wait, I'm beginning to think this is all bullshit? 10.
Dishonesty. People who
As
routinely
opposed
lie
to-
definitely bother a Sigma, but because this type is incredibly intuitive, what bothers them more is the person who is dishonest with themselves. It's true that Sigmas can sometimes be
Oh my god. These little fucking Dexters. These little, oh god. These little wannabe Machiavellian sociopaths. They're out there. They're doing a class project with Becky, you know? And Becky, they don't like Becky. Not because Becky won't have sex with them and avoids their eye contact, but because she's lying to herself. The pretense that she lives is repulsive to me. So you look her in the eye, you look Becky in the eye, and you're like, but Becky, she's like, what? What's up? And you're like, I don't like lying, but your lies are the worst. She's like, what? Are you okay? Do you need me to get you a fucking doctor? And you're like, you're lying to your earrings are not, you shouldn't be, you want a husband, not this crap. Becky, Do you? And then you run out of the room crying. I-
Be wrong about who a person really is, but they usually learn from experience to trust their intuitive hunches. Right or wrong, if a Sigma thinks you're in a bad career, relationship, or life trajectory, they'll probably tell you.
Thanks. Why'd the quality go down?
11. When people want to stay the same. Sigma males are constantly changing and growing, and they demand that others do the same.
I love the
Improving
Sherlock
processes
data
and techniques
numbers.
usually morphs over time into a tireless obsession with improving themselves and their relationships. Growth is a must, and Sigmas will be bored to death if they are forced to do the same things day in and day out. 12. Criticism. Words really matter to Sigma males. Positive, encouraging words calm them and lift their spirits. Negative, critical words can immediately bring them down and leave them ruminating for hours or days. Of course, they aren't perfect, so they are open to constructive feedback. However, how the feedback is presented really matters.
Dude, I can't do this. Oh my god, that's just like me. I have to piss and shit too. Oh my god. The Sigma males do poo when they eat? Oh my god. You drink water? Unironically, if one of the points here, one of the things Sigma males absolutely hates was soda, and it's like, a real Sigma male only likes water. I would have loved that, because that would have been the only divisive point on this list. This video would have been half disliked, and everyone in the comment section would have been screaming about how this list is wrong because they're a Sigma male and they like soda. That would have been so funny.
Sigmas are really affected when someone criticizes them in a harsh, stinging, or accusing way. 13. People who take and rarely give. Sigma males enjoy pleasing others and making the people in their lives happy. In many situations, they'll put others' needs, especially the needs of the loved ones, ahead of their own. This is a respectable trait, but sadly, sometimes it gets taken advantage of. When people don't recognize that the Sigma frequently makes sacrifices for them, or they rarely make sacrifices in return.
This is such a fucking jerk-off, dude. Oh my god. You know you're a Sigma male when you're the coolest kid in class and nobody recognizes it, and when nobody realizes that collecting Pokemon cards is a legitimate business strategy because their value will escalate over time, and how nobody understands that credentials in League of Legends are easily as impressive as what those loser jock football players understand. Because it involves a lot of hand-eye coordination, which, by the way, makes you very good at say. When people don't recognize that, that's a Sigma male. That's a Sigma male grind set hate moment.
They may become resentful and frustrated. 14. Conflict. Arguments, tension, and drama are like poison to the sensitive Sigma. They may even feel physically ill when fighting with a loved one or when there is constant, underlying tension in a relationship. This doesn't mean that you can never disagree with a Sigma male. Approach them with respect and calm, and they will not hate the conversation that follows.
Sigma males are very jumpy. Sigma males are very sensitive. Please, when talking to a Sigma male, make noises at them. Make little noises. Yeah, make no sudden moves. Yeah, give them little pieces of bread to calm them, you know?
15. When life lacks meaning. Not many are as concerned with meaning as Sigma. For them, punching in and out of a 9-to-5 job just to earn a paycheck isn't enough. They crave using their natural skills and talents to solve complex problems and understand the world, all in the name of making it a little better for everyone. When Sigma's life lacks meaning, whether in their career or their personal lives, they will absolutely hate it.
I didn't realize that when Marx was talking about alienation from the means of production, he was actually predicting the Sigma male grind set. Top 8 Sigma female personality traits. I didn't know women could be Sigmas. Is this part of the lore? Are we... Man, we're really breaking down the Sigma glass ceiling today.
You've probably heard of alpha female. But do you know about Sigma female? A Sigma woman...
Okay. I'll pay respect to horoscope types, okay? At least horoscopes aren't gendered. You know? Well, since everyone here is a Sigma, turns out they're not so rare. True, H-Flow. Title, the rarest type in the world. Everyone in the comments, that's me. Wait, why are all of the ones under the women's video pointing out the shallowness and superficiality of this content, but all the comments under the men's video were like, yeah, you know what else Sigmas hate? Sigmas hate having to take out the garbage because their wife didn't. Just realized I'm a Sigma female.
And is self-sufficient and does her own thing. She is like an introverted alpha, even though some of her close friends might be extroverts. Despite having close friends, a true Sigma is a loner. One of her personality traits is that she cares very much about self-improvement, and these girls make their own path in life.
Well, that's nice.
Are you a Sigma female too? Don't worry, it's not a bad thing, and
I
you'll
could
learn
be.
everything.
Okay. Face too close. You need to back the fuck up. We're in the stranger danger zone, okay? You need to back the fuck up by a couple of feet.
Thing you need to know about being a Sigma female. It's not that a Sigma female lacks social skills, she just prefers to be alone instead of in social circles, but that doesn't make her any less popular.
Is this going to be a repeat?
Someone who dances to the beat of
male
their
one?
own drum has to be charismatic, and a Sigma female lives her own life in her own way. As I said before, she is like an introverted alpha, and I will tell you everything you need to know about a Sigma female versus an alpha female later. Sigma female personality. You won't find a Sigma woman having many friends on social media or posting
Wait, why is it Sigma woman instead of Sigma female?
makeup tutorials, if she even uses social media. Anything that starts with social isn't that interesting to her, and that includes social media. Don't forget that introversion is one of the most important
She's not
personality
like
traits
other
of
girls.
a Sigma female. They share some personality traits with the Sigma male since they both have a Sigma personality. A Sigma personality doesn't care about hierarchy but still stays on top, next to an alpha female. Much like an Omega female, a Sigma personality doesn't care about conforming, yet nobody rejects them because of it. Much like an alpha female, a Sigma female has healthy confidence and self-esteem, but the difference is that being a leader isn't one of the characteristics of a Sigma female. These women don't care about being leaders, even
Do these videos have any sources, or are they just completely open that all this is made up? What the fuck do you think? What did you think? Did you think there was going to be a fucking WebMD article in the description? It's sad that they're assuming we know what the fuck an Omega female is. Yeah, I'm not getting into the lore on this one. Yeah. You know who is a Sigma male? Unironically, Omni-Man. Okay. Well,
even if they can easily do so, but they aren't followers either. The thing about him is that they actually do whatever they want while retaining respect from others.
all
Still,
right.
some people don't like a Sigma female's non-conform. Let's see the top 8 traits of a Sigma female.
Let's do it.
1. She doesn't forget.
What?
She has got hurt in the past and refuses to forget it.
I love this. Okay? I love this. Right out the gate. So Sigma male traits are like a bunch of characteristics associated with ADHD and autism. Sigma female traits are what bad writers ascribe to all their female leads. What is this going to be? She doesn't forget. She's been hurt in the past and she wears it on her like a fragrance. Every time I look in her eyes, I see the look she gave me when she told me. Well, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you know the memes, like how male writers write women. This is all gonna be like she's not like other girls' stuff.
All she really wants is revenge, and she will
What?
be prepared to wait for it as long as it takes.
Wait, what is this? Girl with the dragon tattoo? What? That's the top personality trait of a Sigma woman? She hasn't forgotten? And she wants revenge? What the fuck happened to the Sigma lady? What? Revenge for what? Can you only be a Sigma woman if somebody has wronged you in the past? That wasn't a characteristic of the Sigma male. Like Sigma men are born, but Sigma women are made? How does this work?
The fact that she seeks revenge makes her feel good, and once she finally gets it,
What?
she has the best feeling in the world.
What?
This type of girl feels like she is on cloud 9 when she gets the sweet taste of victory, so
What
justice
the?
is
Unironically, what kink bait is this? Who wrote this, and did they type it out with one hand? This is the first thing you're talking about with the Sigma female? Before anything else, it's like, yeah, the Bond girl backstory or something. What?
is important to her, and she will not let those who have hurt her go unpunished.
What the fuck?
These girls live for the moment that they'll get their revenge.
What? So...
2. She won't let
Okay, that was really weird. They repeated the same thing like 6 times, and it doesn't make sense, but this has to be a sex thing. Okay.
others bring her down. Nobody will want to disagree with this girl when she is mad. It feels like her looks really can kill when she is upset.
Oh my god, this really is how bad male writers write women. Oh my god, this actually... Oh my god, that's what the theme of this video is going to be. All of it is going to be, like, reading low to mid-tier, like, detective or sci-fi stories, and having all the women be plot devices that exist exclusively to orient the... Is the 8th Sigma female personality trait gonna be getting killed so that the male protagonist can have like a revenge like arc at the end that justifies the dark lengths they go to defeat their antagonist or something?
The thing is that she is very proud of her accomplishments and won't let others bring her down. She won't give them an opportunity to do so. All in all, this girl doesn't care much about what others think and is not ready to conform.
Okay.
She lives her life the way she wants, and she won't let anyone meddle in it.
Okay.
The opinions of others don't interest her because she knows best about what's good for her.
Okay.
3. She can be intimidating.
He really is just writing. He really is just writing a character from a story. Notice how these are not like the male ones. The male traits were not like this. The male traits, in a practical sense, one of the male video was inclusive and this video is exclusive. The Sigma male video was about describing traits basically all humans have, especially lonely and socially malfunctioned men, in an effort to make them all feel like Sigma males. Whereas this one is written from the external perspective. He's looking at women from the outside in, and he's doing so to describe some sort of hypothetical woman, not with the intention of capturing people's interest or making everyone feel like they can be that woman, but describing a character. Does anyone understand what I'm talking about? I'm being a little bit... This is a little bit vague, but, like, this is very interesting to me, like, psychologically. Like, the difference between these two videos, you know? You get it? You don't think I'm reaching? I feel like there's a difference in how these are being framed.
When you see this girl, you might be intimidated by her. Much like an alpha, she has a lot going for her, but you'll soon realize that she is okay as long as you don't try to hurt her. If you do her
Another quirk of linguistics. Notice the phrase, when you see this girl, you might be intimidated. That phrase was never ever used in the Sigma male video. It was always speaking to the hypothetical Sigma male, describing traits they might have. It was never like, if you saw the Sigma male, you might think they weren't listening to you. Unless I'm misremembering, I don't think it was phrased that way.
any harm, you'll see that you were intimidated for a good reason. However,
See,
if
it's
you are
about
her
from the
friend,
outside
you'll
in.
have a very good friend.
Now they did that sometimes. Okay, maybe they did. It feels like this is more written from the outside in, you know?
In her. Some people don't like this type of girl, while others love them. The main difference is in how they approach her and what their intentions are. 4. She wants to be with an alpha or sigma.
Wait, again.
When it comes to romantic relationships,
she wants to be
this
with
girl
you,
will be
dude.
on the lookout for the best
That's her
looking guy there
trait.
is
She
in a
wants to be
certain
with
crowd.
you.
She is very successful, and she will want him to have the same qualities, and that is why she will search for an alpha male or sigma male to be her new partner. She will not be ready to settle for anyone who doesn't have those qualities.
Okay.
Still, it could happen that she chooses some guy, who is nothing like alpha or sigma, but it
Oh my god, they're gonna do the why do bitches go with jocks when the nice guy like me. It's literally the why do girls get with mean guys instead of nice guys? Except it's, why do girls go with low value omega males when they could be going out with a sigma male like me?
It will never be because she is settling. She simply does whatever she wants, and the same goes for her dating life. 5. She is a great friend.
Okay.
The best one of the Sigma female characteristics is that she is a great friend. She would do anything to make her friends happy. When they need
That's
her to be
nice.
by their side, she will drop everything to be there for them.
God, they're fucking
She is a
dying.
true friend, and she cares more about quality than quantity when it comes to friends. You won't find a woman like this in the company of fakers, as she wants only true friends in her life since she is ready to be a true friend to them as well. If you have a friend who is a Sigma, you are lucky. 6. She can be in the spotlight. Don't think that just because she is an introvert that you won't get to see her in the spotlight. When it comes to social dynamics, if she likes the people she's with, she can be in the spotlight. Still, if she doesn't think that she is in the right company and doesn't like the people she's with, she will act as a true introvert.
This is almost preposterously vague. What? If she wants to, she will be social, but if she doesn't want to, she will not be social? Is that what we're at right now? This is almost comedically vague.
The thing
A Sigma female is exclusively into soft fandom mommy-dommy BDSM. She is a kind mommy and will give you lots of aftercare. She will gently massage your shaft with her toes, but not step on your balls, thus giving indication to her kind, yet domineering, sexual mannerisms.
is, to get a woman like this to be in the spotlight, you have to be good company, so if you two are good friends, you probably haven't even noticed that she is such an introvert. 7. She is mysterious.
This
All
is
Sigmas
written
are
from the
mysterious,
outside
whether they are
in.
male or female. The truth is, they are really hard to read, so you can never be sure of what they are thinking about. If in addition, they act like the true introvert that they are, it makes it impossible for you to figure them out. Maybe you are used to reading people easily, but this person is going to surprise you and make it hard for you. The thing about Sigmas is that they don't just play hard to get, they really are hard to get.
Wait, hold on. Who's the Sigma in this interaction? The 16-year-old high schooler invited to a college dorm party, or the woman talking to him? Who in this situation is the Sigma?
8. She is independent. This type of girl is independent. She is perfectly fine with doing things on her own, and
we
she
already
doesn't get
say
easily
this?
influenced by others.
Wasn't this the first point?
When she
or,
doesn't
the
like the
second or
people
something?
she's surrounded by, she will choose to be alone and feel good about it. It's not a problem for her to be alone when she can't find the right man. After all, it's always better to be alone than to settle for something that's less than what you truly deserve. Sigma female versus alpha female. Alpha females seem to have it all. Their intelligence, beauty, and charm are breathtaking. Still, Sigmas are not much different.
Is beauty a prerequisite for being an alpha male? I wonder.
Both of them are fine with being on their own and won't settle for just anyone. Of course, there are a lot of guys chasing these girls, and this is because they are aware of.
Hold on. Is that really an appropriate stock footage clip to use? There are plenty of guys chasing this girl with a Dutch angle shot of like a guy walking down a dark alleyway or possibly a parking lot chasing after a woman in heels who,
Of course, there are a lot
who
of
looks
guys
behind her then speeds up. Is this okay. Are you fucking kidding me? His hands are gloved. He's wearing a glove, is he?
chasing these
Wait, is he? I thought.
just anyone. Of course, there are a lot of guys chasing these girls, and this is because they are aware of their own
I couldn't tell.
worth and feel good in their own skin. While alpha females can be bossy, sarcastic, and progressive, Sigmas are the silent type.
Wait.
Skin. While alpha females can be bossy, sarcastic, and progressive,
Oh my god, I thought I had a stroke. Bossy, sarcastic, and progressive. You know, when you're dealing with one of those bitches at the office, like one of those like one of those progressive type women. Oh my god. I do like the statement though that it is alpha to be progressive though.
Sigmas are the silent type. Both of these types are the kind of woman who thinks with her head.
As opposed
Sigma
to
females don't care about what others think, and they will never conform. They are actually very emotional, but you can't really see that until you really get to know them.
Okay.
They both know what it means to get hurt and are determined to never again let anyone do that to them.
Okay, again, it's so weird that like in this personality quiz we're adding like a traumatic backstory to this hypothetical woman.
Alphas are leaders who can get anything they want when it comes to business. Sigmas, however, don't care that much about leading, but if they want to achieve something, there is no other way than to succeed. These women aren't afraid to make the first move when they like a guy. Strong men.
And if there are any Sigma females who liked and enjoyed this video, please email me at sigma_horoscopes@gmail.com. Please, God, I'm begging you, I'll pay you.
And don't intimidate them, and they are never afraid to say what they think.
Okay, so all Sigma males have autism and ADHD, and Sigma females were invented by this guy to describe his preferred partner. Do I have that right? This is amazing. This video is bullshit, gotta be fake. No, I don't think so. It's really not that much out there from some of the sillier horoscope videos. You know? We can watch more of these in the future, but we need to stop, okay? We need to stop. We need to read donos, and then we need to play some goddamn video games. What is this? Delaney Enjoyer? This is the MAGA quartet, or whatever it is. The alpha, beta, sigma stuff is getting really close to phrenology level pseudoscience. Did you know that a belief in horoscopes actually correlates with authoritarian and fascist ideology? When you start to believe that people's behavior is associated with unchangeable existential characteristics of their birth, it's not that much of a leap to go from they were born at this point of the year and they were born with this race. Why do you only stream 3 hours? We're not. Wait, hold on. There. No way? Yeah, no, it's true. There we go. Yes, I am I'm the Sigma male of the left. Like a legit belief or just fucking around in the magazine. A legitimate belief. Not like you think they're funny or cool or whatever. An honest and sincere belief that the orientation of the cosmos when you are born have an effect on your personality traits. Anyway, how about we read some donos, then play some Metro, huh? That would be kind of pog. Yowitopia, Kellogg's, and Heavy as the Heart, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Cadser with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs, thank you. Sparky, and this was from last stream, with the $60 donation, giving you the equivalent of a yearly subscription. Keep up the great work. Love you. No parasocial Reno. Thank you very much, Sparky. I really, really appreciate that. Jesus, that's really, really kind of you. And you know what? True. Everyone should be perma-subscribed. Yeah, 100%. True. Red Cascadian, thanks to the tier 2 subs, still alive with the $2. Your favorite animated Disney movie? I like Hercules a lot, but I haven't watched it in a while. Never been a big Disney fan. Leaves on the Trees and Bennick, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Bennick, just women are one of the categories that benefit from many implemented types of affirmative action, and white women just tend to benefit from it most. And thank you, Leaves on the Trees. Intrepid Elm and Mo Derp to the Derps, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. The next Warhammer books you should read are the Night Lords trilogy by Aaron Dembski Bowden. I was just thinking which ones I should read next now that I've finished Penitent. JBZ02, thank you for the $10 and $5 donations. Thank you very, very much. How much you want to bet they're going to call you racist for not wanting reparations, but then agree with you on every point you make, but still call you racist? And not an unlikely prediction. However, the conversation we had ended up slapping, so can't complain. Illadvine, Fudiggity, and Crow824, thank you for the $5 all. Hey, my eye. Welcome to the chat. Thank you very much. Spirit of Yoldashev, thank you for the very kind $10. Is Elon Musk a living embodiment of Sigma male? I am absolutely certain that people who consider themselves Sigma males would believe that, yes. Annoying Orange is real, thank you for the very kind $10. Your videos have allowed me to improve my political beliefs, thanks. Oh, well, you're welcome. My pleasure. Still alive with the $2. Your favorite Hayao Miyazaki animated movie? Spirited Away. It's not. No, wait, sorry, not Spirited Away. My bad. Princess Mononoke. Princess Mononoke is objectively the best Ghibli film, and then after that is Spirited Away, and then after that is Howl's Moving Castle. Though the Howl's Moving Castle one, I'd be more willing to move on. But it's Princess Mononoke is legit 10 out of 10, and then Spirited Away is like a 9.8 out of 10. You know, and then past that it's yeah, Noska of the Wind is excellent. Yeah. But man, Princess Mononoke is so good. Princess Mononoke is one of those videos or movies that I reflect on and actually consider my own politics, you know? Because the Princess Mononoke, the factions in Princess Mononoke all have good points, you know? The whole point is that the protagonist does almost nothing. He's sent to keep peace in the forest, but he utterly fucking fails. In large part because he's powerless, and also because there's not really a right side to attach himself to. You know? Like the spirits in the forest. What's the name of the woman? Lady Eboshi, thank you. Like, from Lady Eboshi's perspective, what she's doing is not wrong. And honestly, I can't really blame her for doing what she's doing. And likewise, the forest spirits, I can't really blame them for what they're doing either, you know? Like, it's just... It's rough out there, okay? Kiki's delivery service is great, yeah. Yeah, he's a device to explore the different perspective of the factions. It's just, it's so good. It's so good. So you're a centrist? Well, the problem is the conflict between the two greatest factions in that movie is... I mean... Look, I'm going to put it this way, okay? There are a lot of people who, for some reason, in fantasy stories that have spirits, always defer to the moral judgment of the spirits. I'm not entirely sure if I agree with that. I don't know if people, like, apply... like a Native American like allegory onto it, like they're the protectors of the natural world and we're destroying it or whatever, which is a very patronizing way to think of Native Americans. But I think a lot of people apply that metric. The problem is, and you have to realize this, in almost every fantasy story, the spirits that control the wilds they're not just like citizens of another country. They are dangerous, violent, and exclusionary. They kill people who enter their lands. Now, if those were humans, and it's like, oh, there's their territory, they're unpredictable, violent, and they kill people who wander into their territory, we would not defer to them as some kind of innately moral entity, you know, that has inherent moral worth. There would be more nuance to our considerations there. You understand what I mean? Oh, leaves on the trees. I already closed it. Could you repeat it in chat and I'll give it a look? Let me click on your name so I see you in a second. There we go. Type it out in chat. Yes, true, Tron Panda. Leaves on the trees. You got to type it out again. Tell leaves on the trees they have to type out the dono again. Yumeko, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Scano with the €5. What are your thoughts on Varg Vikernes? That's the Nazi murderer, right? He's a Nazi murderer. That's pretty much my opinions. He's funny on Twitter sometimes. Reznikov, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Hey, Vashi, just transferred to a university for my bachelor's. Could a fella get some advice on dorm living from another fella? Stay cool in these hot times. Well, this is your first This is your first instance of taking care of yourself without your parents, right? I assume for most people dorm living is. I don't know. Just be just be considerate of what you're gonna need today and what you're gonna need tomorrow. Participate in social functions if you want to, but don't if you don't. Be firm about your needs and your desires with other people so you don't get walked all over. And try to take care of your amenities so that you're not desperately living from one ramen pack to another like a lot of other people are. If you have a kitchen, learn how to cook. There are basic recipes you can make that'll be infinitely better than whatever trash you can buy for cheap at the commissary. And speaking of, don't grocery shop at the commissary. It all costs 3 times as much as if you went to your nearest grocery store. So go to the grocery store. Yeah, there are lots of little things that you can do. Consider it a project of self-actualization and also a project of managing the basic livable norms that your parents maintained for you up until that point. That's all I can really say, you know? And it's okay if you flunk on it from time to time, you know. So wait, I made a subreddit post for the first time on your subreddit. Really? Well, you should probably link the post. Cause I don't know what that post would be. Unless you have the same name on Reddit as you do in my chat, which I'm going to assume you don't, because I don't see. Yeah, you're gonna have to help me out on that one, my friend. Oh, there it is. Prominent alt-right COVID podcaster lives in my hometown. Oh, hold on. Sorry. I appreciate your sentiment, but I can't brigade off I can't just go off a Reddit story and brigade on stuff. Not within my power. Well, it is within my power, but it's not within my policy. All the same, I appreciate it. Shark Zero, oh hello. And Some Engineer, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Might be worth looking at the video. With all respect, do you have any idea what kind of precedent it would set if any time anyone linked a video and asked me to look into it as to like then get people to report that channel? Like, do you have any idea like what kind of precedent that would set? It would be an unbelievably destructive long-term precedent. That would probably end in the deletion of my channel, so let's not. Purple Maggot and Annoyed Gamer, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Well, maybe Annoyed Gamer. Sai6, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. True. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. Why the fuck does the backing track of Sigma Analysis sound like the song they play on House MD when a kid is dying in the hospital? Because as we established, being Sigma just means having autism and ADHD. So it's a medical thing. It's theming. Turtle, Inkle Blue, thank you for the $3 and $2 donated, respectively. Cage Match, thanks to the tier 2 sub. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. AG Pip with the tier 2 sub, getting my red name back. What the fuck is up, Vosh? What the fuck is up with you? Hersbird, Ox Kiddo Catexo. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Would you ever consider doing movie night like what Dylan's doing? Nah, seems like copyright bait, unfortunately. YouTube is stricter about that stuff than Twitch. Sharks, thanks to the tier 1 sub. I watched an old QA video a few months ago about Fallout New Vegas, and I wanted to know why you think Mr. House is the best option for the future of New Vegas. Because Mr. House was the only one efficient enough to effectively leverage the environment around him to keep predatory foreign interests at bay. Obviously, you don't want the Legion controlling anything, and the NCR is not disciplined or internally consistent enough to manage its own borders, as made perfectly evident by how well they were strung along by Mr. House. Mr. House is the only one with a long-term game plan. Of course, the yes man ending is what I always take anyway, because it's a video game, so any option I take is going to end up working out best. But in terms of, like, geopolitically, it seems like the House ending would be best. But Mr. House doesn't give a shit about the citizens of New Vegas, he just cares about a space project. So? You think NCR gives a shit about its citizens? You think the Legion does? No good options there. Besides, it's not a matter of how well you can care, it's a matter of incentives. Mr. House is incentivized to keep the New Vegas Strip clean and free of harm. The Legion is not, and the NCR might not have the ability to fulfill that obligation. Tron Panda TKS and Dream Canoe, thanks to the Tier 1 subs both. Sorry, Dream Canoe. I'll be sure to get Artemy to shed some more in the next round to go to you. And Tron Panda TKS, you still, I'm afraid, deserve your Chud tag. Wear it with pride, okay? Mo Derps. To the Derps, thank you for the $5. Started watching during 2020 primaries. You moved me from Bernie bust crowd due to your ability to lay out your arguments coherently, and now I'm interested in socialism. Based. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. Also, Tron Panda TKS, as a product of you being one of the only people to have the Chud tag, I read your messages more than almost anybody else's, so... You basically have, like, a free yellow name, all right? I wouldn't worry. Look, okay, it's a fair trade-off. Justin 80, thank you for the very kind $10. Vosh, read the Bleach manga or watch the anime or both? Maybe. Doesn't Bleach turn to shit? Erzberg, thanks the $5. Have you seen this? Pretty sure it's from that crazy tanky with the Joker laugh, Lamau. Uh-oh. Ah, yes, it is from that person. This is how Vosh manipulates you. I was inspired by the recent Jackson Hinkle debate. All right. Parasocial relationship.
While the forming of parasocial relationships in and of itself isn't necessarily a form of direct psychological manipulation, it still has an important role to play with respect to the way in which the audience interprets whatever debate/discussion he may be having with whomever. Parasocial relationships are a one-way relationship in which one individual expends their time, energy, and support for another individual who is completely unaware of their existence. And on the internet, where you have all these online personas with their respective platforms, these sorts of one-way relationships organically emerge between the audience countless viewers can relate to. It's the same phenomenon that emerges with Hollywood actors.
I want to see
room with them. The result is that the person starts to feel like your friend or a member of your tribe.
True. I am all of your guys' friends.
So you become hyper keen to other people's bullshit. But whenever the leader of the tribe or the member of the pick has their comments off live in front of thousands of people. If one were to donate money to Vosh, he will in response acknowledge their existence, validating the audience member and giving their brains a hit of dopamine. Conversely, if one were to piss him off too much or challenge him on anything too aggressively, he will either punish them with emotionally abusive language at best, or...
Wait, emotionally abusive? Oh, wait. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's roll it back a couple of notches. I don't think yelling at chat is emotionally abusive. Isn't that parasocial?
Outright ban them at worst. Most of the audience already agrees with most of what he has to say, and on top of that, many of them have the same emotional bond with him as one might have with a brother or a best.
Oh man, I didn't know you guys were that far gone. Really? Most of you literally think of me as your brother?
Friend. They are spending hours out of their day interacting with him on a regular basis after all. He speaks confidently and eloquently on a broad number of subjects. He has the power to mute and kick his opponents at will, and he has hundreds of people donating super chats to him directly each and every day. Because of this, Vosh has the power to dictate the pace, narrative, and the platform surrounding the discussion, which means that he ultimately controls the discourse. In other words...
Well, that's true. It is my channel. Yes. I mean, what would the alternative be? Like, people come on my stream and I give them, like, access to my OBS platform so they can control the... I don't know what the alternative with that would be, you know?
Before the debate has even begun, both his audience and the layman viewing him are going to be primed to agree with whatever Vosh has to say, and on top of that, they will also be less likely to pick up on his rhetorical tactics. So much so that he could be outright admitting to it in the titles of his videos, and people will still just brush it off as him being ironic.
When you're not mad.
No matter how rationally or reasonably his opponents may argue their points, for the aforementioned reasons, all he has to do is read a few Wikipedia articles about a subject to digest surface-level knowledge on it, so that he can project a veneer of credibility and present himself as an authority, and his audience will be none the wiser.
I think the funny thing about the Wikipedia claims is that all the people who bitch about Wikipedia are people who don't even go that far. Like, they're mad that other people use Wikipedia as a source for, like, leading to other sources. They don't even do that. Like, they don't even indulge in that basic and preliminary step. Like, the people who get mad about the Wikipedia thing are people who are comically uneducated on every subject they talk about, you know?
Since many of them are just there to have their opinions validated and watch their favorite streamer destroy the opposition with facts.
Okay, this is actually pretty long. Okay, well, hold on, wait. We have gaslighting. Poisoning the well. What is this Discord screenshot? Oh, this is from his conversation with me. Okay, this would have been from his perspective then. Right? Yeah. Okay. Poisoning the well. Godwin's law / horseshoe theory. There's a whole section of this dedicated to the fact that I make comparisons between tankies and Nazis. And outright lying. Uh-oh. I've definitely been wrong at times. Let me see. Why are you spending time in this shit as less than 4 views? Because I am charmed and delighted.
Anybody remember the whole Marx, Engels, and Lenin would have voted Biden bullshit that Bosch was pushing last year?
Still true, by the way, still completely true.
Anybody remember the poorly put together documents where he quote sniped Marx, Engels, and Lenin out of context in a pathetic attempt to extrapolate the conclusion that...
Whoa, hold on. This is gaslighting and poisoning the well. How was that out of context? Whatever, here, hold on. Where are the lies?
They would have voted for the Democrats? Or how about when he claims that he didn't quote them out of context and that he did indeed read the theory, that is, the written word of these men, and proceeds to praise himself because, as it turns out, the theory agreed with him the whole time, and therefore the people constantly telling him to read theory are wrong.
By the way, I didn't even go far enough. Did you guys know that in later works from Marx and Engels, they became increasingly favorable towards the idea of non-revolutionary reform? Like, if you just listen to Tankies, you'd believe that they only ever talked about revolution, but in reality, the original thinkers on this were actually like, that's actually true. I don't want to go through this whole arc again because they got super ass pain last time, but it's actually unironically true. Where'd you read this, Vosh? There are excerpts and comments that Marx made on like socialist projects that were put into action towards the end of the 19th century. It's in the Critique of the Gothic program. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, Paris Commune, where, like, Marx made it pretty explicitly clear that, like, just dumb adherence to the viability of revolutionary action, no matter what, doesn't produce good outcomes all the time.
I actually read the literature. I did not quote them out of context. Those are Bosch's exact words. That's the claim he is making here, that he actually read the theory. But wait, no, he didn't. He didn't quote the theory from the actual literature. He quoted the theory being quoted by the articles that he read quoting the actual literature.
This second quote from Engels, too, he seems to not actually have read, but said Google for and found in, again, an International Socialist Review article. If you're going to try to back up your points from Marx, Lenin, etc., at least read what they said. Don't go...
What's...
Quote mine. Well, especially...
Wait. It's not... The review article isn't the quote mine. I read the article, but... Do I have to read the whole book every time? I read the article and the surrounding Okay.
But Bosch, you said you actually read the theory. Why...
Did I say I read all of it? I thought I read some of it. He's making the claim that I said I read all the theory. Oh, wait, I did read all theory. Oh, that's true. I have to keep that up. I don't even know what we're on right now.
Why would you lie and said that you read something that you actually didn't? But hold on, it gets much worse. Not only did Bosch lie about reading the theory, he lies about what Marx, Engels, and Lenin actually had to say about participating in electoral politics.
Oh no.
Now, I'm not going to get too deep into this subject because Hakeem, Bad and Panada, and Socialism for All made videos covering extensively in detail exactly how and why Bosch is fractally wrong on this.
Did I have Hakeem on after the whole tanky thing? Isn't it crazy how when people actually talk to me in person, they don't have shit to say? Yeah, the response video was pretty dumb. This was the second Hakeem video was the one where he was like, Vosh laughs at the drone bombing of my people, or some insane bullshit. Yeah.
I encourage you guys to check out those videos independently. Instead, I am simply going to bring up a quote that he used by Engels to prove his point. We seek the abolition of classes. What is the means of achieving it? The political domination of the proletariat. Revolution is the supreme act of politics. Whoever wants it must also want the means, political action, which prepares for it.
It's the quote.
But the politics which are some bourgeois party. The Workers' Party, but as an independent party with its own objective politics. Here, Engels is saying the complete opposite of what Bosch is suggesting that we go out and do. He's not saying that we vote and support a right-wing neoliberal party. He's clearly stating that the workers need to put up their own candidates independent of ruling class politics.
So, I like this because it really lays out what these guys consider to be dishonesty. See how this is a subpoint of point A, where it's under the heading, virtually every leftist theorist advocates for participation in bourgeois electoralism to some degree. And then the subsequent quote demonstrates exactly that. The preeminent, the preceding heading does not say virtually every leftist advocates voting for the lesser evil to some degree. This does exactly what this does. This was at the beginning of the document. It was only meant to indicate that participation in bourgeois electoralism was something that pretty much everyone advocated for in some degree or another. Like, this is what I mean. Like, these are the people who are accusing me of being dishonest. They're incapable of just reading this.
The Workers' Party must be constituted not as the tail of some bourgeois, supposedly all in pursuits of demonstrating the failures of the Democrats so that we can step in with an alternative. At the same time, he was also arguing around this time that once Biden is in office, we can push him left. We can bully.
No. I was arguing that we could push the Democrats left. Bullying Biden was an optical strategy, is an optical strategy that we all want to engage in, by the way, to move Democrats over to the left by pointing out that moderate neoliberal solutions to socioeconomic problems aren't sufficient. This is what I mean. Like, this is why, like, people email me. They're like, this video criticizes you. No, they don't ever understand my points. They don't know.
Biden, as well as the Democrats into passing progressive reform, which are helpful to the agenda of the left. Well, that turned out to be a lie as well, as Vosh has, on frequent occasions, not only defended Biden's continuation of some of Trump's most reactionary policies, such as migrants' children being jammed in cages, he has
this video was about how it was a good thing that Biden opened the Health and Human Services facilities so that fewer children could be jammed in cages. Yeah, the screenshot shows he didn't finish it. He must have gotten mad and left 2/3 of the way through. The point that I was making in this video, which I knew none of them would really appreciate because they can't read, is that the situation at the border is a travesty. However, Biden's decision to open up additional facilities is preferable to the current status quo. So there were lefties on Twitter giving Biden shit for opening up new facilities. They were like, he's continuing the program. No, he was opening it so that the children could be moved out of the cages and into HHS facilities, which were significantly better than the ICE-run facilities beforehand. Like, they were actually, the complaints of the lefties were essentially arguing in favor of keeping the children packed in the cages. But he probably wouldn't even know this. This guy actually emailed me a little while ago, asking for another debate, and admitted that he was drunk the first time.
Has also taken some positions to
Oh, I noticed this video came out after that. I wonder if he was holding off on this one.
the right of Joe Biden as well. That's right, Bosch is now advocating for policies to the right of Biden. That is, for the endless occupation of Afghanistan. Since
Except I did again. No, guys, I supported the removal from Afghanistan. There's a video where I state my positions on this. There are multiple ones. This is what I mean. They always lie. This is why I can never take anything seriously from these fucking people. We're in the section called outright lying, and this guy, my positions are publicly available. I'm not some small figure. You can just look, just go on the YouTube and type Vosh Afghanistan, and you'll find my position on this. Yeah, this is the Joker laugh guy.
We wouldn't want to give it to China now, would we?
If we pulled out, if we allow these countries to destabilize, you know what happened within 10 years? Guaranteed, you know what happened within 10 years? I bet you more than anything. America pulls out with no exit strategy, no long-term plan for supporting these countries. These countries fail. Then they turn into,
True.
I mean, we're talking Cambodia level. We're talking fields of forces. China will come in with boots on the ground and fix their problems.
True.
You know, this whole...
Though, okay, so this is why I think this guy is an actual liar instead of somebody who's merely stupid. The VOD that he is watching right here is the one where I say in clear terms after reviewing this clip that I am in favor of removing from Afghanistan. If you continued this video for 60 seconds, that video would be made clear. So that means this is an outright lie. This is a knowing, unless he literally, like, for some reason paused it here and decided not to get any more information than this clip. This is an explicit and deliberate lie.
For these countries fail. Then they turn into, I mean, we're talking Cambodia level. We're talking fields of forces. China will come in with boots on the ground and fix their problems.
You know, this whole argument he was making last year that we're going to push him left starts to sound extremely disingenuous when he's not only defending Biden's rightist policies at the moment, as well as agitating for endless military occupation.
Yeah, okay, so he doesn't actually... I don't know how I'm supposed to take any of this seriously, man. Maybe I should have this guy on sometime. God, I hate how much attention I get when you put my names in these... Yeah, look, most popular videos. Debating Vosh. Something that's anti-market socialism. Wonder who that's about. Anti-Vosh action. Response to Vosh's rabid anti-Leninist, anti-communist fact. Fact-checking Vosh. Re-voting debunking ContraPoints, which might as well have been a debunk of my position because I agreed with what she had to say. Debate follow-up why Vosh is still wrong. Yeah. I'm literally a clickbait name at this point. Yeah, I am. It's super, super sad. I'm like guaranteed views for these channels. And this one is at 3.3 thousand, so it's going to be right here. It's going to be the third most watched channel. And I'm giving them attention just by looking at this. But doesn't this speak a little bit against their credibility that I can watch a section of a video that's supposed to be shit-talking me, and in that section, which is entitled He Lies or whatever, they lie about my positions extensively? Like, is he embarrassed to see that? Like, does he ever, like, does he look at that and think, I'll tell you what he thinks. If he saw this, and he will see this, because they always see when I talk about them, because I'm a huge figure, and when he sees this, he's going to think that I'm lying now, that I'm wormy or squirrely or weaselly, and that I've given like 67 different takes on an issue, and that I just choose the one that looks best in retrospect. In reality, no. My takes on this have been super clear. Really, really clear. They're just not willing. Either they're willing to lie or they're not willing to actually learn what those very obvious and clear takes are, you know? I just don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know if they have any shame or whatever. I find it interesting or more cordial with Tim Pool than you are with Tankies. My level of cordiality is determined largely by the platform that I'm on and the people that I'm speaking to. But when I'm talking to Tim Pool, I'm really talking to his audience. It's just a simple optics thing. A conversation held in the street with a random person won't be the same as, like, if I go on, like, I don't know, the Jimmy Kimmel show or something. But keep in mind, Hakeem came on, biggest Tanky channel, and I was very polite to Hakeem, in spite of all the dishonest, embittered shit that he had said about me. I was kind and reasonable to Hakeem. And he was, and he was on his best behavior with me. For the same reason, by the way. But we're probably past that. Okay, well, there are a few donos to read, but I want to play games, so let's just put it back for a little while. Let's just roll back and kick up your shoulders, or however that song goes, okay? You know? That's a song. Lofty, it's pretty good, huh? You gonna go over the IPCC report? What? So you all can kill yourselves and stop donating to me? Here's my take on the fucking CCW report, okay? The world is ending, so you don't need your money. Donate to me.
I went up again to the gloomy charm of post-apocalyptic Moscow. I was warned in Hull Station
That was a joke,
about
don't do
a
that.
new squad of Nazi Rangers on the surface. But I meant to fulfill the last...
Okay. We were in a difficult area. Shit. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Okay, we're in for it now. Okay, okay. Opa. Okay. All right. All right. Already? Shut up. You guys are mean. What's this game about? We're trying to survive. That's what this game's about.
Hey, you, crummy freak. Come out. Yeah. Hey.
Well, that didn't fucking work. Yeah, this game is about a regular day in Russia. At least we reload quickly. Okay.
Attention, we got company. Shit.
Not perfect. Come on. I need to replace my filter. Come on. Nice. Actually, really nice. Okay. Whoa! Fuck me. In my asshole. Oh, hold on. Is this game too dark for you guys? This feels like... Hold on. Let's pump it up a little bit. Slightly less atmospheric, but... Oh, yeah. Did you guys like the, Did you guys like the debate highlights video, by the way?
Looks clear.
Oh.
Seems clear.
Come on, buddy. Oh!
Attention, we got company. Shit.
Probably turn that off. Yeah, leftist Ryan Knight, as opposed to the other Ryan Knight on Twitter, who's actually an ANCAP. Oh, God. Okay, guys, I'm going to be 100 with you. I don't think the silent approach is going to work. The Vosh debate highlights just makes me want to go back and watch the full videos. Good. That's the point. Okay. Oh, for sure, Colossal TM, but it's nice to have a mega list. Okay, new plan.
Attention, we got company. Shit. Where from? No, they don't. Just take care.
All right, hold on, hold on, hold on. We let these guys swap out. Come on, dumbass.
All right, let's move. Look for the commie. Looks clear.
You see that?
Seems clear.
Does it? Damn, got blood on my visor, even from through the wall.
Let's look for him.
Nice, 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 nice. That's a big shotgun. That's what he killed me with a bunch of times. Okay, we don't want to put on our flashlight because it's just going to get us killed. Bosch, why do people call you boring? I don't think they do. I don't think that's... I don't think that's one of the criticisms often levied my way. I don't know why I did that. Why am I up here? I want to go this way? Okay. Oh! There's probably some sweet loot over there. But... I need to get the radio? I don't know what a radio is. Sorry. How do you feel about FBF games removing the on-screen crosshair? Well, this game only does it because it's, like, particularly, you know, we're on survival mode. Where are we going? Okay, where am I going? Zan said he wants Blair White permanently banned from all social media platforms during his last live stream. Thoughts? I want all conservatives permanently banned, but I can't have everything I want, so... I mean, we just talking what we want? Yeah, sure, but... Sadly, the universe does not conform itself to the... I mean, yeah, sure. I want to... Oh, hello. Can I really not grip that? Okay. Oh boy. Okay. I don't know why I thought this wouldn't happen. Okay, so who directed me there and who's getting a ban? God damn it. Here we are again.
We got company. This shit. Where from? Oh, they don't. Just take care.
Okay.
See him yet?
Blow him up.
Hello, they're here.
No. No.
Let's look for him.
Danny J94, I don't have a problem with that. Oh, we're fucked. Oh my god, we're so... Oh my god, we're so fucked. Unless...
I'm up.
Hmm.
I'm gonna get you for this.
Well, just like I planned. All right. Oh.
Gonna make them pay.
In the butt. Right. If we go over there, we get Cuckle Buckle, which I don't want. Fucking thing's spinning on me. God damn it. Is the dumb kid dead? No, tragically he survived. How would you... present your desire to have all conservatives banned to an average person without saying openly partisan? I am openly partisan. The point is, I want it to happen, but there's no way to have it happen in a way that I would find acceptable. Like, it's like asking me, do you want only non-rapists in the world? And I'd say yeah. And you were like, oh, okay, so you do want like all rapists executed, or do you want there to be some kind of like government censorship and spyware program that instantly finds rapes when they happen, and then an orbital strike nukes the... Like, it'd be cool, but there's absolutely no way to ban all conservatives from any element of life without infringing on people's fundamental rights. Ideally, I just want nobody to be conservative. Oh, shit. Wanting that to happen is psychopathic in the first place. Do you think it's psychopathic to, like, not want Nazis to be in society? We're like out of ammo. Oh god. Is Blair a Nazi? Ah, no! But your answer reveals your bias. You think the answer is reasonable with Nazis, but not reasonable with Blair. Well, you've already established a belief that you are comfortable with the idea of saying it would be okay to ban all people of unmoral character from the internet. In theory, like in concept. Oh, we're completely out of ammo. Oh, we're super yep. Again, like it's like asking you, do you wish that there were no mean people in the world? Yeah. Oh, so you want the government to keep track of all mean people and then kill them? Like, no, just don't be stupid. That's what I'm asking you, Cassidy. Can you not be stupid? We are completely out of ammo. Out of pipe bombs. Being immoral in itself isn't enough to ban someone. Being vocally pro-genocide is. I don't want any of them banned. Holy shit. Cassidy, wake up. Wake up. The broad statement, yes, it would be nice if there were no conservatives online, is then followed up with the practical statement, there's no way to do that in a way that I'd agree with, though. Ban, not van, sorry. It doesn't matter. I don't want it done. Shut up. What is this? How is that different from the other grenade type? Ah! Okay, we're gonna have to be sneaky there. I've not watched Contra's new video, and I've not seen Zexizi's tweet. Yes, Paul, DSSB. Well, we attracted their attention. Okay. I'm gonna have to switch to a gun that has ammo. Shit. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're switching to shotgun. Give me the filters, give me the ammunition, give me the money. No problem. Oh, wow. Wish I didn't have to waste 2 shots on that guy. You know, for moral reasons. I haven't seen the most recent Contra video. I'll get around to it. Yes, I'm caught up on Owl House. It is indeed cute. By the way, can somebody explain to me why all the Owl House hype is two dumb gay kids when it should be about hot, sexy, harpy Ida Owl Lady? Can somebody explain to me where the fuck our priorities have gone? Thank you. Fuck. Guys, does anyone know where the key would be? Is it somewhere on this floor in this building? Oh. Well, it's probably not forward. Oh my god, that guy went flying. Oh, there's a whole goddamn outside to the world. Hello. And I've got a shotgun. Is it out this way? It's on the roof? Can I even get back up to the roof from here? How'd I get back up to the roof? This leads up, but it also leads forward. Thank you. Sana. What is... What? Where the fuck am I? Jesus, these shotguns are not good. Versus these enemies. Guys, how do I get up? Chat! The ladder on the outside of the building? Duck and weave. Duck and weave. Duck and weave. There are so many of them. This is somehow working. Just... Okay. Every second we're running around, we're burning through a finite amount of fucking dust filter. Oh, we're up here. Okay, wait, it's on the roof? Is it over there? On the other side? Of course it's on the other side. I've got friends on the other side. He's got friends on the other side. That song slapped. Oh boy. Nice. What's that whole song? It's a little Echo Gentleman. A little something we got in Little Louisiana. A little pilot trick, don't worry. Ah! Okay. Sigma male grind set. Vosh, why do you have such bad musical taste? Dude, that song was like the only good part of that fucking movie. So, not seeing how I get around that. Sneak? How do I sneak around that thing? You can't kill it, or at least not without a tremendous amount of ammo being expended, which I do not have. Oh. I think he was supposed to grab me there. Debate the demon. I'll work on it. Can't loot those, unfortunately. Sigma. A Sigma male grind set. We just gotta be here when he's not. What? Okay, I'll admit, I didn't think it would be able to dive down a level. God damn it. Can't believe you didn't scream more when getting picked up like that. I'm Russian. You think Russians have problems with heights? Go look up the shit they put on YouTube. Whatever. Okay, load up. Load up and showed up, my friends. See if we can bait this guy out. There it is. There it is. Okay. So you can't. So there's no such thing as cover. Okay, fine. It'll just clip through walls. Okay, all right, fine. Okay, hold on. Just let me pee, and then we'll figure out this puzzle. So when you guys are doing your little dog thing, your little I'm away dog thing, do you at people who have added you, or do you choose people in chat at random? Bit by bit, I learn. All right. Let's get on that Ligma male grind set. Let's fucking go. Run to the radio. There's a roof over it. The demon can't get you there. What radio? People keep making mention of some radio. I don't know what radio you mean. Oh. Cool. Okay. There's literally nothing you can do if this thing targets you. It will literally fucking teleport you out of the building. What radio tower? What radio tower? What do people keep talking about? What radio tower? Literally fucking where? Where? I'm asking. Oh, this thing? That right there? Are you beeping me? Nope. Sometimes the fucking watch beeps and I have no idea why. Why am I here? I don't know. How does that help me? Oh. Got it. Okay, where is the... Okay. Okay. Well, we don't have a save now, so we just have to... And we do it again. Hop, hop, hop. Okay. Sneaky. Cheeky breaky. Sneak, cheek freak. sneaky freak. I'm almost done eating, by the way. That's why I'm quiet. Okay.
You're not getting away.
Come on. Worried about that one getting stuck for a second. Come on, enter my field of view. Yes. They can see my feet, but I can't see them, of course. Oh, that was a good one. I think I have to Sigma mail it. How many shots do I have? Only the ones in the clip.
Attention! We got company!
Nope. Didn't realize they had a AI behavior for being shot to the ground but continuing to fire.
So let's go look for the dummy. Let's move. Look around now. We don't forget to cover each other's back.
Out of ammo.
Where for the coming bastard?
It's stealth from now on. Unless circumstances demand otherwise. Shit. Nice. I have to have no more than 3 or 4 shots left. Okay. Shit. Shit. Fuck. What? Lag? Why? Why lag? God. So we got this. Run it back, run it back. Got this down to a fucking science. Yeah, this time we're going to take a shotgun before dropping down. We need the extra ammo. No, you don't. There we go. I'm all proteined up.
Nobody here.
Oh wait, shit, we wanted a shotgun. One of these lads have one. That's not one. Shotgun. Oh, this is the bad shotgun. Oh, there's some extra shotgun ammo. Oh, you just saw the good one? Did I? Alright, well, it'll serve. We have some shotgun ammo. We have 4 shells plus... Wow, plus 44? Never mind!
Stay cool.
Hey, dumbass! Bazinga!
Fire in the hole, men!
Oh, short grenade. I was healing. Okay. The principle here is sound, okay? The thing that I really hate about that shotgun, the one with the big barrels and such, is that you can't actually aim it. You can't iron sights aim it. When you hit the alt fire rather than doing an iron sights aim, it just fires 2 shots at once. That's what you get for saying bazing. What? Wait! That was identical to every other run I've done. Why did that one kill me? Okay. What? Why did I... Oh. This is quite the level series, isn't it? Just anywhere where I can find the good shotgun, if possible. This is really interrupting my Sigma male grind set, I have to say. Alright. Yeah, Matthew H25, it's not surprising. Jimmy Dore and the people who are aligned with him, honest to God, I just think they're like neocons, but for Russia. That's... You know another funny similarity? Did you know that Tiananmen Square in China was largely like left-wing activists and protests? That they were socialists and communists protesting the government? But American neocons, despite not being pro-communism, will support the protesters at Tiananmen Square because they want to destabilize China and will support anything that tries to overthrow the government. Likewise, Jimmy Dore types are conservatives. However, they will support left-wing protests here in America because they consider it a part of the destabilization of this regime. But they don't want the left getting too strong and cohesive, so they'll also make sure to push for left activism in the most prohibitively ineffective way possible. Just fucking take me. Yeah, don't even give me a death screen. Just... Okay. Sigma, male, grind set. Sigma, male, grind set. Sigma, male, grind set. Oh, here we go. This is the good shotgun. Can't you just kill the demon? I don't know how much ammo that'd take. Hold frame, hold frame, hold frame. Hold frame, hold frame. Micro, but I beat Stalker at the hardest difficulty. Stalker Clear Skies. Don't know why that damaged me. Sigma male. Okay, we have the good shotgun this time. Clear Skies is kind of the baby game version of Stalker, not gonna lie. Everyone says this. Everyone's like, oh, this version of the difficult thing you did, that's actually the easiest one. People do this about Dark Souls, too. They're like, oh, you beat Dark Souls 1. Okay, well, it gets harder. Oh, you beat Dark Souls 3. Ah, the game started out way harder, you know? Always with the posturing. Stigma males, like myself, don't care about posturing or bathing.
Not so loud, people. Where? Did you get him anyway? So, anything here? Anybody see him?
Okay, hold on. Okay. 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 Please, God, let this be the one.
He might be caught.
Stealth is preferable. What? First try. They're looking away. Sigma male. Okay, I think we're gonna do this. Sigma male stealth. I'm gonna be so careful. Thank you. Okay. Gonna do this. Gonna do this. Hold on. Hold on. Sadly, Sigma males are the least stealthy archetype. Shit. Yep. Because we don't care what others think. Okay. 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 BoJack Horseman's a great show. Great, great show. Anything in here? Oh, God. That was pretty good. Oh! That was... Damn. Am I stocked up on filters? No, it says I'm actually out of them. Can I not take that? Huh. Guys, where do I go next? Outside? Fuck, that place is dangerous. Shh. The only shells I have are shotgun shells. I have 27 regular rifle bullets, 0 revolver shells. God. Nice, Mr. Things. I'm happy to hear that. Nah, this gun's not good for that either. Fuck. Alright. Why do you say revolver so weird? What do I say that's weird about it? What do I say? Fuck, man. This is gonna suck. Revolver? Is that what you want me to say? Instead of revolver? Revolver? Like it revolves? Guys, keep in mind we still haven't gotten a save point. A death at this point will be pretty upsetting, so we gotta... Oh boy. Fuck. Let the demons take care of as many of them as they can. Save manually? There is no saving manually. No. We're going to sneak our way. Oh, God. Oh. Rip that guy. No! Damn, man. Back on the grind set. Now, such is life, Captain Gwendolyn. Also, I've played Metro Exodus before. Alright. Back on that grind set. Go. Grind set. Go. Grind set. Get me that grussy, that grind set pussy. Get me that grind set pussy. Good grind set pussy to fuck the grind set in the grind set pussy. The grussy, grind set pussy, the grussy. Gonna pick that up. Okay, no, fine. Grind set on my mindset. Grind set on that grissy. Grug grissy. Grug grissy. Mindset. Is there such a thing as socialist dating sites? Why would you want that? It seems so echo chambery. Like, what would you talk about? You could talk about me. I bet you most of the people on there would know who I am. Be like, hey, one time I was in Vosh's chat and he acknowledged my comment about this very website. And they'd be like, wow, which hole do you want to use? Because they'd be so turned on that you got my attention. I'm going to take a slightly more direct approach this time. Oh. That's true. Oh, you like Vosh blocked? True. What? What blew up? What? What blew up? I didn't hear them throw a grenade. The grind never ends. True. Hey, guys, do you know, does it matter when you replace your filter? Like, if you replace your filter early, do you lose out on time? Like the last few seconds of the filter you were previously using? Yeah, I think so. Okay, then you always want to hold it out for the longest time possible. So ideally, you'd hold it out until you're, like, gasping, right? That's how filters work. Yeah, but not like in video games, usually. In video games, when you're using weapons that have magazines, you don't reload and then, like, lose the extra bullets from the half-emptied magazine that you just dropped. Most games aren't that realistic. Sigma mail, Sigma mail, Sigma mail, grind set. Sigma mail, get that Sigma mail, pussy. This Sigma pussy. Sigma pussy. Sigma pussy. That a pussy that has autism and ADHD. That is a pussy that is rife with psychological abnormalities. Now that's a bop. That Nickelodeon flow. Alright. Fuck you. What? Oh, armored one. Hey, stop. God, the noise when the fucking filter is low is so irritating. Holy shit. Holy shit, die with dignity. Holy fuck. You should do voice acting? Thanks. There's at least 2 more alive people. Oh, God. I don't want to deal with the outside ones. How's improv classes going? Oh, you could never. I think I'm naturally pretty decent at improv. Not like amazing, you know, but I think I'm decent enough. I can DM pretty well in D&D. Improv something right now. I still feel like my best on-stream improv was when I did that Dark Souls if it was directed by Americans bit, remember? I thought that one was pretty good. Like Ornstein and Smough, if they were like cop buddies, basically. And all that other shit. What about the White Liberal? Oh, that was pretty good too, yeah. Come on. 3 minutes 35. Perfect aim. Did the other guy not hear that? Did you not hear that? Oh.
Stay cool.
Sure. All right. Sadly, do I leave the pistol behind? No, I shouldn't leave the pistol behind. What is the snipe headshot emote even for? For when I get a boom headshot. Okay, hold on. Chat. How come no one sees you, but you can see them, basically? I'm afraid that's pretty much every stealth game. Your eyesight is always a little bit better in the dark than your enemies. Or much better, actually. Not like this, not like this, not like this, not like this. Oh. We need to get to cover. You know, the demons could be helping me out a little bit more than they are. Oh God. No, no, no! No! They weren't distracted by the demons at all there. What? Why does it halfway... Does this game get fun at some point? I'm having fun. You guys are such bitches. Every time I play a game and we die more than like 5 times, but you're like, this is fun. I don't believe in using difficulty to pace games. I only have fun when everything just happens. That's you, okay? All right, we're leaving the revolver behind. Revolver, revolver, revolver. This is pacing? Yeah, difficulty paces video games. Revolver, revolver. You know, when I say that, you know who I sound like now on reflection? I sound like Jaden Smith's kid, the Jaden Smith's character in After Earth. Sir, revolver. Sir, is this After Earth? Earth. The Ursula, yeah. The Ursa. Please, not through here. You'll get your filter in a second, you fucking bitch. Hey, there. Ursa. My name's Jaden Smith. Sorry. Oh, I never noticed that the boosh spins in. Sorry. Oh, more to talk about once we get past this damn segment. Segment, God. Once we get past this fucking YouTube video. Danny J94, I feel like most of my video game streams are pretty strong evidence to my neuroatypicality. Freeze! That was a knife. Or more accurately, blow up! Oh, that didn't work. Come on, asshole. Come on, fucker.
Shit, I'm hit.
Come on, dipshit. God. Whoa! I got a better mask. I'm gonna see you play one of the SWAT games, just see how you'd handle that. I feel like I'd be a good SWAT officer, you know? Freeze! Get the freeze! You freeze! Freeze! And I just say that like non-stop. I wouldn't do any like police work or anything. I just sort of hobble around like a crab. You know? I'm bringing you in! You're charged? with being retarded. And I get in trouble. Did you go to Mars if Elon paid me? No. Oh shit. Fuck you. You really love triggering us with that word, don't you, Vosh? You know, I maintain that I have a right to say that word, okay? I'm autistic. Unironically, like, it really does feel like if I was black and you guys got in my case for saying the N-word. Like, you are literally like the overly concerned fucking white women on TikTok who will jump in. I have ADHD. Can I say the R word? Well, my official position is that everyone is autistic, so we can all say the R word. People disagree with me on this, but I feel like the word retarded is in a position where it might be easier to destigmatize it than to, like, address ableism by coming down on the use of it super hard. I know that's what a lot of gamer bros say about, like, the F slur, which I can't say because I'm on Twitch. Or like the N-word. I know people say that about like every word, but I genuinely feel like the word retarded is almost on the brink of it, like not even being worth fighting over, you know? But people are gonna disagree with me on that. This is legit gonna get clipped. No, I think that's true, you know? Because, like, here's the thing, right? We can observe this phenomena using substitute words. Okay, just think about... What? We gotta save! Wait! How did we get a save this time, but not the other times? We gotta save! Why did we get a save this time? Did the game just take pity on us? And it was like, okay, yeah, sure. Alright, well, okay. I don't know. Okay, just can you just listen to me for a second, if it's possible? Okay? I think it's a matter of substitute words. Okay? So, say, for example, you have the N-word. It's a bad word. Shouldn't say it, okay? But what does the N-word mean? Well, it's a slur that refers to black people. In its technical semantic meaning, it just means a black person, but obviously the word is weighted with as much derision and hatred as any word in the English language could be. So, what are... Your hair is a mess? Okay. So, what are other words that mean the same? Well, we have black. Okay, that's not like a slur. That's fine. People say black. That's fine. But here's the thing. Say you have a person with a severe developmental disability. Let's say Down syndrome, okay? Now, if you were to, like, refer to a person with Down syndrome as, like, an idiot or dumb, I don't think that would really be that much less offensive than using the word retarded with regard to them. I feel like the, quote, acceptable substitute words we have, instead of retarded, are... when used to refer to the people who are actually marginalized along the lines of their disability, I don't think it's that much... There's that much of a difference, you know? Nobody's listening. Okay, back to the game. It still references that period of marginalization, though. So does idiot. Idiot used to be a medical term that referred to people with, like, an IQ of 60 or less or something. I don't think the history really sufficiently justifies it. Can you clarify one thing? Are you saying idiot and R slur are equally harmful? I unironically believe they're about in the same ballpark. I think that ableism is done as much with light non-slur words as it is with slurs. I don't think there's that much of a categorical difference with the type of harm that's done with those words. And there are tons of people out there who grow up feeling like shit because they were called stupid or an idiot or crazy or whatever. But we don't treat those words like slurs. Just end it. We gotta save. I don't know about that one, Chief. No, I really do think so. Also, like, if we make retarded completely socially unacceptable to say, what's next? Like, what about idiot? Like, it's pretty bad to, like, say that about people with developmental disabilities. You know? Lumi does? Yeah, okay, but no, that's not a reasonable standard. Lumi is like a verbal beacon. I'm not going to expect everyone in the world to do this. There are literally people who suggest that. No, guys, that's dumb. Okay, all right, we're coming down hard in chat. All right, okay, no, that's fine. All right, guys, here's my hot take. Ableism isn't like other types of discriminatory behavior. You know why? Racism is categorically irrational. Sexism is categorically irrational. Ableism isn't. It's not bad to be black. It's not bad to be a woman. It's not bad to be trans. It is bad to be dumb. It is bad to be slower at thinking. It is bad to have both your legs broken so you can't walk or jump. The problem is, when it comes to ability, a deficit in ability is a bad thing because you can do less things. So words like dumb, idiot, these are permanent components of the English of every lexicon. Always, okay? Because it's always going to be something that we use to perniciously describe the behavior of others. No matter how kind or sensitive you are, if you want to get down to it, all criticisms of other people come down to some kind of ableism. Guys, when you say a person is mean, are you criticizing their personality, or are you criticizing potentially some kind of cognitive flaw that prevents them from empathizing with others? If a person is mean, how do you know you're not criticizing something essential about them? They make the choice to be mean, maybe, but we all make the choice to engage in our behavior. If you say that a person is, like, cruel, are you making fun of them for their poor upbringing? Maybe they didn't have family members who raised them in an appropriate way. At the end of the day, any criticism of a person's behavior is going to be a criticism of some element of their personality or mannerisms, which could be brought back to ableism. Always. Yeah, exactly. You have to have ways to express negativity in language. Maybe you don't want to call people idiots. Fine, okay. So what do you call people then? Like, do you never, ever, ever want to refer perniciously to a person being slow on the take? Slow on the catch, you know? How would you even do that? Do you just axe that from your entire, like, lexicon? Like, you no longer ever refer to people in that way? What about, like, people who are cruel to one another? Maybe you don't use the term sociopathic because it's medicalized. All right. Well, any type of cruelty is really just a deficit in your perceived assessment of their empathy, right? And empathy is something which is tied negatively or positively to a number of psychosocial conditions. So what are you going to do? If you want to make the choice to be nice and not use that language, that's totally fine. But there is utility in ableism where there isn't in racism or sexism. There is zero utility in racism, sexism, transphobia. It is by definition irrational bigotry against a person for a given category. But ableism is discriminatory behavior or language based on people's ability, and that is something that matters. Does that make sense? I'm not saying you should be able to run around like finding Down syndrome kids and calling them retarded. That would be really, really bad. I'm saying that we have to understand this is a different type of harm, a different type of language. And frankly, I wouldn't want you going up to a Down syndrome kid and say, haha, you're a fucking idiot either, even though that's not a slur. So just be kind, be reasonable. All right. All right. Is there over smartness / empathy / physical ability that's basically the same as being impaired in those? Yes, it's called being a Sigma male. It's when you're too smart to function in society, also known as Rick Sanchez syndrome. It's something I experience. There are very few men like me, but when I meet another like me, as much as I would like to join arms with them in solidarity, unfortunately, I find we most often engage in a competition, trying to decide who's smartest, trying to find out who remembers the Star Wars quotes the best, and, you know, who remembers all, like, the fact and trivia, and, like, we usually have a couple Magic the Gathering games, and I'm happy to announce that so far I've yet to lose one. Usually, if there's any women in the room, they have to leave, because the sheer unbridled might of our competitive spirit just makes them too wet to function, you know. Oh my god, same. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you like that? One more health. Oh. Oh!
Oh! By fascist. But Ullman had said he'd wait for me there. I had to risk it.
Man. Got a lot brighter in here, huh?
Who is it? Surrender.
Wait, I had guns!
I swear.
No, 4th J-Moo, and I don't know who Tim Black is, I don't think.
What took you so long?
Well, now that we're all
Where's
based in
Pavel?
retard build.
All right, later. The situation got worse. Nazis literally flooded the station.
Literally?
Left alone. Sorry. But if you can shut down their generator, it'll be easier to sneak past the guards. Take this. I will wait for you in the deserted town.
What gun is this? Is this gun silenced? A sniper. What ammo does it use? Doesn't look like a sniper. I guess it kind of does. Silenced. That's the gimmick. Ooh. Let me guess. N. Yep. That will be helpful. I want a new mask. This one is pretty fucked up. Ooh, good idea, Micro.
How's your family? They miss their father. Yours? I don't know. I haven't seen them for weeks. And now we're stuck here. Yeah.
Stigma.
Hey, what the? Shit. Casualty!
Maybe I should reapproach my methods here. I think it'd be cool if you made a video sometime talking about how we can help disabled people and advocate for them. Yeah, I don't even know, dude. The only stuff I have to say on that is like super black pill. I don't want to say any shit.
What took you so long? Where's Pavel? Did he... Alright, later. The situation got worse. Nazis literally flooded
Oh,
the
I don't even
station.
need the mask.
He'll have to act alone. Sorry. But if you can shut down their generator, it'll be easier to sneak past the guards. Take this. I will wait for you in the deserted tunnel to follow.
What's a black pill? It's when you have a hot take and you don't want to own up to it.
How's your family? They must have found yours. I don't know. I haven't seen them for weeks. And now we're stuck here. Yeah. Who needs all that?
Uh-huh. And who is gonna feed your children, huh? Sturbenführer, perhaps?
What the life? Maybe get their families and go to...
Right in the dick. I think you should make it more clear that being disabled does not pass moral characteristics on the disabled person. Someone will misunderstand you think being disabled is immoral. No. Being disabled isn't immoral, but it's just that it's like, okay, I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is fairly straightforward, but you're right. Maybe some people could misinterpret it. Like, okay, guys, if we're talking about, like, just raw strength, right? Like, which is better? Being able to deadlift 100 pounds or being able to deadlift 300 pounds with no other factors changed? You know? Like, which of those two is better? It seems like, objectively, the 300 is better, just because it means you can do more stuff. If you can deadlift 300, you can deadlift 100, like, you can still deadlift the lower amount. It's just in addition to your abilities. But I would never say it's immoral to only be able to deadlift 100 pounds, you know? Like, it's ability, you know? Like, it is better to be able to walk than to be, like, paraplegic and not be able to walk. That is better, definitely, you know? But it doesn't mean you're more moral. It just means you have an ability, you know? If I wanted to, I could sit in a chair and roll around all the time. I don't, but if I wanted to. Why do we value lifting heavy weights, though? No, it's because you can just do more things. It's just a thing you can do that you couldn't do otherwise, you know? We're sneaky. Bosh, I disagree. I have friends that lift and can't run up and down rivers the same way because their muscles and stuff get in the way. That's why I said no other factors changed. I only said the number. I didn't say, like, you're more muscular or anything. Because in reality, there are always complexities to these things. But as a general rule, the ability to do more is better than the ability to do less. Oh boy.
Deprivation does great tricks.
Oh. What is the socialist take on gentrification? Socialists are super pro gentrification.
We're from? Why would I know? Keep your damn eyes open.
Howdy! I don't know how well stealth was going to last on this level. You want to discuss the ableism topic? Well, Lacey, what do you disagree with me on? of noises.
Attention! We got company!
Yep. Real? Point blank. That is some good body armor. I actually did research into different types of body armor the other day because I started writing the little prose of that story I talked about last stream. Turns out there are a lot of different types.
Reload!
Oh my god! We're fucking Call of Duty Last Standing this shit. Not my best moment there. Okay. My thoughts are kind of, it's maybe bad to call people arsehole unless it's used the modern equivalent of the N-word. It says, honestly, you sway people to your position that obviously that was maybe impossible. Oh, well, the optics of the whole thing are an entirely separate conversation. I'm only saying that I feel like it's probably best to not freak out over retarded, like the word, and just let it slide into sort of the general miasma of casual ableism that we've already decided is socially acceptable. Alright, let's fucking loot. But anyway, yeah, I did some looking up on different types of body armor, and there are plenty of different types. Most of it just separated by thickness of the material. I found a very helpful chart on which types of body armor would stop which types of bullets. Relatively light body armor can reliably stop like 9mm rounds. But then it was like, but if they're coming after you with a, you know, .50 anti-materiel rifle, buddy, you're gonna need a little bit more than that, you know? Which, true. You probably would need more than that. Actually, I don't think there's any fucking bulletproof vest on Earth that's going to save you if somebody's shooting an anti-materiel rifle at you. Or at least. Yeah, good in that it's, like, bad in that it's offensive, Inkleblue, but I don't think it's the same, like a slur. Like, I don't like it being treated as though it has the same weight as the N-word. And even if it was a slur, again, I'm autistic. By that logic, I should be able to use it. What?
That's allowed, people. We've got to look for him.
Jeez.
Clear. Get him anyway. So, anything here?
Somebody's shooting an anti-materiel rifle at you, it's because it's a truck. Oh, actually, I mean, I thought that would be like in the little universe world, in the story idea that I had. That would that not be like the most highly coveted? But why give them the R word? We're not giving them anything. No, the ableists aren't getting a victory through that. I think destigmatizing that word might actually lead to less harm over time. Anyway, like, in that world, wouldn't getting an anti-materiel rifle basically be, like, the best shit? Because that's literally the most effective anti-personnel weapon that you could probably, like, reasonably get your hands on. Even if you were, even if you were wearing an incredibly thick vest of Kevlar, I'm pretty sure just the kinetic impact of an anti-materiel bullet would still be enough to liquefy your internal organs. Really, Soviet ball? Did they succeed? Gun. What is this? I kind of don't want to give up either of my guns. They're both kind of based. I guess I'll give up the shotgun because it's more common. Rockfish, I imagine there wouldn't be any. I mean, you just have to live with what you already had. I didn't mean to pick this back up. Sweet. Okay, let's finish up the enemies in here. Make sure we're, What is around down here? Oh. Nice. Wait, are people debating religion in chat? Why are you all so fucking ornery today?
Let's look. Where could they go?
That's a lot of light. Ah! Wait. Jesus. Ah, oh. Oh no. When was the last checkpoint even? How far back are we? Oh my god, we're so far back. Well, serial killer mode activated, I guess. Going full fucking sicko mode on this place. I didn't mean to pick this up. For some reason, the game interprets spamming the pickup button and holding the pickup button in the same way. Oh. Come on. Shit. Oh. Okay. Is gentrification class genocide? No. Come on. We can just get them down this.
Make them pay.
Is derp a slur? Well, it is kind of... God! Oh, God. It is kind of ableist, isn't it? The whole derp meme, isn't that literally like... It's like potato, the like I am potato meme. Sneak. They changed Derpy Hoof's name in MLP. Did they? Ah, I guess we have institutional recognition of the near genocidal harm being done by the word derp. What's the name now? I don't know. Retard McLittlefuck.
What? Hey, what the? Who is it?
Shut up. Can't believe they got away with that. Yeah, pretty wild, huh? You good? Are we? I don't know what that guy's deal was. Conscientious objector, I guess. Is that your pony Sona? My pony Sona? Damn, man. My pony Sona would just be a photorealistic, anatomically correct horse, and that would be it, you know? And I wouldn't talk. I would just sort of stand there, but other people would talk to me as though I was responding to them, you know? So all the ponies would be around, and they'd be like, "Wow, Vosh, that's a great idea." And I'd like nicker and like kick my hooves and poop. Why am I doing this? Why am I wasting my time? I enunciated the CK noise so clearly. I am not putting up with this shit from you guys. Not according to Twitter. That is true. Man, these guys are survivable. I guess humans are like that. Some people survive a lot of bullets put in them, I hear.
Hey, who's there?
Oh, so I finished the Dan Abnett Ordos stories. Who here is, what is it, Penitence? Who here is read Penitence? King in Yellow? Pretty cool stuff, huh? How was it? I want to talk about spoilers, but I don't want to spoil it for people. King in Yellow, you know, his identity. Fuck you guys. Ravenor stuff. Or Becklin. Why do you assume your audience is full of Warhammer fans? Because we've done polls and I know it's full of virgins, so I just assume.
So let's go look for the commie.
Let's move. Stay sharp.
Don't forget to cover each other. Reload! We gotta make that pay! Casualties, careful! You pig!
Is virgin shaming ableist? Yeah, it kind of unironically is. It's something-ist, that's for sure. You liking the game? Yes. That's right, fellas. If somebody accuses you of being a virgin, you can basically say the N-word because they're both slurs and they're both of equal levels of social harm. Don't do that. That's not true. What I just said is not true. It's a joke. For comedic purposes, you shouldn't do it. In fact, if you do it, you're a bad person. Dishing out the clips tonight, so it seems. Okay. We're almost back where we were.
Not here.
Actually, shaming people for being a virgin genuinely does hurt. Yeah, well, yeah, of course. It's bad to do that. You shouldn't do it. Virgin fetishization is really creepy. Yes, that's also bad. It's just not a big deal. Virginity is not a big deal. All it means is that you're probably bad at sex. That's it. That's like the only way in which it's really relevant. There are super hot virgins, and there are super ugly people who have just ass blasted all over the place, okay? It's not something that you should put much stock in as like an indicator of personality or character. What? Don't know why that didn't do anything, but that's kind of horrific looking. Yeah, Kedge 11. Shut up, Glitch. Is being bad at sex a disability? Unironically, yes. Noise Man, it's just because they mark you as somebody interested in politics, and PragerU is one of the most aggressive ad buyers for political content. One of these days, I wonder if I should spend some money and get some Google AdSense ads. We've promoted Facebook posts before, but we haven't done it in a while. That could be fun. Okay. I have seen the pornography. Can I have sex now? Never, ever, ever have sex the way pornography shows you to, okay? Back before I had sex, back before I had a lot of it, when I saw porn, it was like, oh, wow, that's so hot. Oh, my God. But now when I see half the poses and positions, it just makes me think how uncomfortable that'd be. It just makes me feel bad for the performers, honestly. It's like, oh, wow. Jesus. Glad you all have to keep in shape for your job, or you might throw something out with these absurd fucking positions you're going for. Any tip for one pump chumps? I don't know. What? Oh, what's it? What is the stop it? I don't know. Yeah, you could jerk off more. Edging practice. Fuck twice. Okay. Ah, there's a red key somewhere. We're gonna fucking find it. Loaded up. What positions are impractical? In all honesty, there are probably like a dozen sex positions that are practical, and everything else is fluff and degeneracy. Now, there's nothing wrong with fluff and degeneracy if you want to try it, but... Wait, am I full up on health? No, I have only 3, so why can't I take this one? Why can't I? I'm supposed to be able to hold 5 healing vials. Why can I not take that one up? Oh god, which is the right ammo? I think this is the money ammo. Oh, why could I pick it up when standing, but not when sitting? Okay. Fucking buggy ass game. In your opinion, how long should one date someone before getting booba? I've always been a fuck on the first date kind of person. It's really up to you. It's up to you. Okay, hold on. Never seen it pressed before. But yeah, I did a little writing, and instantly I am beset with harsh reminders of how difficult prose is. Writing is hard. Fuck writing. What specifically is hard? Writing! Writing is hard. It's hard. I know how to draw out a good speech, but writing it is difficult. The opening bit, I mean, the first thing that happens is what I'm writing is our wonderful and intrepid protagonist picking up a shipment of grains from one of the few operating farms remaining in Central California. She's been sent out to do it as part of mercenary work because these supply lines are constantly getting raided by people who need food or who pick them off to get ammo or guns off the drivers and such. She's superhuman, so she's a safer bet than an average person. She's shot at, quite out of nowhere, by a pair of snipers who have taken a hill about 1 kilometer away. Is that a bullpup? I think it is. Or something similar to it. Well, we already have an automatic weapon. Well, anyway... she immediately moves to defend herself and the humans around her, but she doesn't manage to do so before a few bullets slam into her. And they hurt like shit, and you know, she panics, but in the heat of combat, she does what she can to keep things together before her friend atomizes the heads of those 2 snipers with his own from some pace down the way. And then later, our protagonist notes with some pride that the 2 bullets that hit her shoulder and her right hip didn't penetrate. They slammed into her as they would into rock, blunting themselves against her flesh. They left deep bruises and welts, but at that distance, the bullets didn't have enough kick left in them to actually cut through the skin. Wait, why are people weird championing me? What did I do? Now one, different one, Mr. Fangs. Anyway, this is of great significance to her because, to her knowledge, she was vulnerable to those bullets at that distance. They are 223 rounds, you know? And, And from about half a kilometer away, she figured those would be enough to, if not break bone, then at the very least cut through skin, but nope. Hit her like rubber bullets. So she feels good about that because, you know, I mean, she's a little bit less vulnerable than she thought she was. Anyway, she and her counter-sniper buddy go over to loot the corpses of the two snipers, and this is a large level. Find out they were kids. 15, 16 or so. Which they're none too happy about.
Isn't going anywhere.
You gonna spoil the few thing? I'm spoiling it. Fine. Okay, fine. Now shut up. Jesus. The thing that I am struggling the most with is the logistics of describing the psychokinetic metal. I assume this... Oh no, this isn't where we're going. The bullet thing sounds like edgy fanfic cringe. Jesus, okay. Leave nothing on the table. But the very concept of people being tough enough that bullets don't just instantly kill them. I don't know how that's edgy fanfic cringe, but... That's okay. I know that if I earnestly defend myself, it'll only look more cringe. That's fine. That's fine. Hello, Shu. You're back in time to hear my creative writing project take form. The way you described it, not the fact that people don't die to bullets, blunted itself against her flesh. Maybe flesh is a LARPy word. I've just come off reading 4 Warhammer 40k books, and all Warhammer 40k media is written like somebody trying to emulate the aesthetic of like a gothic myth, you know? I'm just looting everything I can, because this game's hard enough. Are women disproportionately the protagonists that you write? Yeah, I think so. Probably. No, Wendiger. Okay. I have no fucking clue. Also, the word flesh sounds worse spoken out loud than it feels read, because it comes off as a very formal word, you know? Something very, you know, overstated. It's fine to read it, but hearing it out loud is a little different. What's wrong with men, Vosh? Lol. There is nothing wrong with men. However, and I will note this, there is a tragic deficiency in well-written female characters in certain genres. One of the most significant of which would probably be, like, superhero action. Also, I hate how women are written in those stories. I hate it so much. I despise how they're written.
You ever hear the stories about Nefertum and the Invisible Watchers?
Coming up here!
Son of a alarm! Alarm! They're here!
Examples? I don't know. Oh, shit. Huh, maybe we should have bombed that place. What would be your idea of the premier example of how to write a woman in fiction? I don't know, probably Ripley. Because her being a woman, like, doesn't even come up, right? Like, it's so many of these stories, it feels like if the character is male, it's not relevant. Like, it doesn't matter that they're a man. It's just, they're kind of just like the neutral delivery person for the themes and messages of the story. But then it's like, if it's a woman, it always comes back in some way, doesn't it? That's not to say that I think you should write all women like they're like neutral, genderless beings or anything like that. But goddamn, man. It always turns into some weird fertility thing. I don't know. Is your story past the Bechdel test? Well, it's not written, so... At the moment, no. No OS override, probably not. Is it problematic in your mind if somebody tends to make primarily white characters / pro tags? No, I don't think that's inherently problematic. There could be reasons why that would be problematic, but... Should it pass the Bechdel test? The Bechdel test is a shitty way of determining whether or not a story is or is not sexist. But, like, I guess. I mean, I feel like a good story probably would by default, you know? Am I a fan of Nostalgia Critic or AVGN? I haven't watched AVGN, like, millions of years, but Nostalgia Critic always came off to me as, like, I don't know, crazy cringe. Kind of like mega milky cringe, you know? I've read all of them, Sailor Jeffrey. One of the things that always takes me out of like women pro tags is that there's always so much... There are so many little things they do in those stories that make me feel like the writers are waiting on applause for how bold and brave they were in having a female protagonist, you know? Like, it's not just when they do sexist tropes, it's when they subvert the sexist tropes. It's always with a little nod and a wink. Like, they're like, yeah, haha, we did it, we went there. Which is, like, pretty weird. I honest to God think that female characters in media would be better if you wrote all of them as men and then just changed the gender of the character. I know that would leave out a lot of like woman-specific characterization, and that's a bad thing, but I think that the current standard of writing for women is so bad that that would be an improvement from what we have now. Just write men and then just make them women. And don't change anything. Isn't that literally what they did with Ripley? Yeah, and what do we get? One of the best and most celebrated female sci-fi protagonists of all time. Good. No, that's not ideal at all, but it's better than what we have. God damn it. Somewhere here is the fucking red key. The game sounds louder than Vosh. It shouldn't. It doesn't look that way on my audio metric. My thingamajig. I'm not going to waste a million years running around looking for the key. I don't know, Ripley still had a lot of not stereotypically male aspects to her. I'm not saying women have to act like men or anything. I'm just saying men tend to be better written. Because when writers, mostly male writers, are writing women, they always write them as women, you know? Maybe this is just a life experience thing. Maybe I just don't relate to the way women are written on the screen, you know? Men in, like, stories, you know? Men in sci-fi stories, fiction, whatever, are bombastic and larger than life. And that's fine. These are stories. That's totally fine, you know? If I'm watching or reading an action story, it's okay if the guys in that story are cooler than, like, regular dudes. That's fine. But with regards to, like, women, I feel like the women in these stories are often written cooler, but they're also, like, weird about some things in a way that is not reflective of the way women I've met in real life are, you know? Maybe this is just a life experience thing or, like, whatever, but I don't know. It's some really weird stuff. Okay, like, here's a fairly obvious one, okay? Why are a lot of, like, adult action things, you know, adult action stories, guys will make crass comments about their genitalia, but, like, women, or, like, any of that shit, women never make crass comments about their periods. The existence of periods is something that is almost entirely unacknowledged by all of modern media, you know? Like, that's very odd to me. Like, I'm not saying that you need, like, an entire chapter dedicated to the logistics of menstrual hygiene. I'm just saying it's kind of odd, like, because if you read stories, like, read 2 or 3, and you'll find guys making crass comments about needing to piss or crushing their balls when they, cross their legs or, like, crap like that, you know? But I honestly can think of maybe 1 or 2 stories where there was a female character and it was acknowledged that periods were a thing. Again, like, it's not that the stories would necessarily be made better with it. It's just odd. It's a little odd, you know? Yeah, women in real life are fucking disgusting all the time, okay? If you've ever interacted with women in the real world, they're vile and disgusting, okay? But in stories, they're always like these dainty little... True, Berserk does acknowledge... Okay, to be fair, though, Berserk is great, but Berserk is one of the only pieces of media that acknowledges the existence of menstrual cycles. And why do they do it? They do it to make a woman vulnerable, so she can be put in a position of vulnerability to be saved by our male protagonist. Again, I am a huge Berserk fan. Legit 10 out of 10 manga. But let's not lie about what that particular framing device was. There are no other mentions of menstrual cycles anywhere else in any of the story at any point in all the years that it's taken place, and the one time it happens, it was to facilitate a semi-romantic, intimate moment where the male protag has to save the woman. Multiple times, by the way. He has to save her multiple times because of that. She fucks up in the battle. She falls off the cliffside. He jumps off. He fucking goes off to save her. He has to protect her in the... She gets, like, sick with the period. Like, whole sick, you know? And then he has to kill 100 men to protect her, you know? Like, whole... Look, whatever. Okay, just... Is that, masks? Yeah, masks. Oh, shit! It's actually, like, time to end. Fuck. What the fuck? I feel like we've only been playing for, like, an hour. This is bullshit. Oh. Better read donos. The Lone Grifter and Thomas G12, thanks to the Tier 1 subs. Games Workshop sucks. Tattoo Jew Boy, thanks to the Tier 3 sub. Recently got my shirt. It fits and looks amazing. Nice. I'm happy to hear that. Sent off a bunch more today. That should be all of them that are currently ordered. Terra Skywalker and Inca Blue, thank you for the $3 both. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. How are there not more 3 Fates correct memes from Obra Dinn when a streamer calls out grifting individuals ahead of time? Obra Dinn is criminally underappreciated. There should be more memes of that game. Botanically, a berry, Matthew H, and Bad Canary, thank you for the $5 all. I really, really appreciate that. Me and the guy I've been deeply in love with for 3 years / my best friend officially broke up last night and I'm doom pilling. Take my money. I'm really sorry. That sucks. It'll get better, okay? It will. Ekroth, Ekronicus, and Sovia Ball with the $5 both. Thank you. Info on the British Armor. The Saradine North Ireland 80571 was issued to British soldiers and could stop 50 cal rounds from 100 meters. Hold on, how thick were these? I need to see a picture. Ooh. Bless me. I want to see a picture, damn it. Is this it? No, this is just a general photo. Damn. Well, there's a little wiki entry on it. BMG Protective. 1980s armor plate issued to the British police to protect against a marksman armed with an M82 and MOG. It's 2 cuts, weight about 12 pounds. Huh. Show us? There's no photo to show. I don't even know what the reliability of this website is. It's called plateland.fandom.com. It's a wiki. This looks like it's like for Arma or something, like some game. I don't know. Body armor to stop 50 cal ammunition. 50 caliber bullets can kill. Meet the body armor that can stop them. Oh, here we go. Here's like a Yahoo article. A 50 count round was originally meant to pierce armor and take down aircraft. A hit is practically guaranteed to incapacitate a soldier. Incapacitate is a very nice word to use here, you know? Not liquidate, not existentially vacate the center of, you know. Yeah, not powderize. It wouldn't literally liquidate you? No, of course not. It would just leave a big fucking hole in you. Cool. Over 1 inch thick and a weight of over 10 pounds. Huh. Oh, and that's just for a front plate. So wearing a 50 cal protective plate on both ends of you would weigh 22 pounds. Damn. But like, even it, like, so just so you guys know, even if body armor catches a bullet, that doesn't mean it won't break your ribs. I know these plates are thick, but I feel like even if a 50 cal shot hit you, you'd still go like flying backwards, you know? And like your ribs would just fucking powderize. Like, even if it didn't enter your body. Huh. If you would go flying, so would the guy shooting. Well, not really. I mean, if you punch a person in the chest, technically the energy being directed is equal both ways. But it's not like when you punch a person in the chest, both of you go flying backwards, you know. There's a difference in how that's and how the force is applied. All right, we're getting distracted. David Tolero, thanks the $5. I don't know, it just comes natural. Mr. Fings, thank you for the $5. I feel like your opinions are known to most Twitter lefties, even small ones, except Savvy Socialist. What, does this person not know my opinions? I don't follow this person, which probably means they're a dumb fuck. Just a guess. Also, I don't think I have ever encountered a person with a hammer and sickle in their Twitter name that wasn't like some kind of dumb fuck. Nebuka, thank you for the very kind $10. I'm heading into inpatient for alcoholism. Wish me luck. Wow. Good luck, and I believe in you. Seriously, thank you. Mufius, thanks the 5. Haven't seen it, so I couldn't say. Comrade Tyler, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. Hungamaster, thanks the $3. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Luke and Sake Tanuki, thank you for the very kind $10. Both. I don't think we should abolish homeschooling, but I'm not very favorable towards it. And maybe Sake, I'd have to think about it. We got a sticker set with that on it. Lace Face, thank you for the very kind $10. I have not seen Shu's new episode of Hellworld. I'm sure I'll get around to it eventually. Atomic Crow and Matthew H, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. We'll talk about that in a future stream, Atomic Crow. Rick Say, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. David Henley, thank you for the $5. Maybe that damn tyrant with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Rick Say with the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much. Inca Blue, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Shout out to all the other mods. Love you. Heart. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the debate compilation video. It was a good-ass meme. M. Sue 98, thank you very much for the $5. I validate you. Thank you very much. Chemical Handbook, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Any advice for somebody just starting off talking about politics? Yes, it's pretty broad. Talking about, like, to a public or to just... Before you express any opinion, ask yourself what people's counter-arguments might be and make sure you have good answers to it. And if you don't have good answers to it, that might mean that your position is shit. Sailor Boy, thanks the $5. This is one of the greatest Nazgul mask slips I have ever seen. This is Nick Fuentes? How's it a Nazgul slip? He's a Nazi. Did he say something particularly Bolshevik?
Watch Greatest Story Never Told. Okay, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Damn it, you know, whatever. Well, okay. So he watched a documentary, and I don't approve of that documentary, but you let it...
I don't know if Nick has much of a mask. He feels... He feels like he's pretty open about his stuff these days, you know? Now that he's been deplatformed off goddamn everything, I mean, what's the point in not doing that? Van Splady, thanks the $5. You can blame my husband for giving me the idea to draw you like this. Hey! Goddamn right. I like the abs, which I definitely have. I love it. Get in there. Super cute. Pip-pew. Pippin is definitely more of a magical girl Sailor Moon type deal than Artemis is. I'd say. Sake, thank you for the $10. The fuck up. Jesus Christ, it'll never be enough for you. My God. Fuck you. Darth Nihilus, the $5. Can you share your view in this video? This is an 18-minute video. Why the right and the left hate each other. The right hates the left either because they don't like equality or because they've been tricked into accepting policies that are anti-equality and think the left is doing some other thing that isn't equality. And the left hates the right because the right's bad. That's why.
Like geography, pre-existing systems, and the like are more important than...
Maybe I'll watch this in the here. Maybe we'll go over this in the future, okay? Maybe. Baba bitch! Thanks to the tier 1 sub. Vosh, you really helped me go through some tough times, so I made a Warhammer 40k animation. Did you? Never gets old. God. What is this? Sake, you just linked this video. This is an 8-minute video, Sake! One that I've seen before.
Every day begins at 6 a.m.
Oh, God.
Awaking from the nightmares of
Need
the liberal
healthcare.
future.
Oh, LC getting free maternity leave. I see Bernie Sanders. He's laughing. Oh, God. Where am I? Nashville. Perfect.
Just another bad dream. Of course, it's not the American dream, obviously. Yes, my lifeblood. I need this to sustain myself. Without this, there's literally no point in politics. It's my day off today, so I'm gonna get some exercise. But first, I gotta take care of myself. And it's not self-care, it's regular care. Self-care is actually garbage. That type of language puts such a bad taste in my mouth. And of course, speaking of taste, I do use a mild toothpaste. You can tell with how many migrants are coming here, the food is just getting spicier. Toothpaste is getting too spicy. So of course I use my own toothpaste.
It's not spicy like all that other crap.
This is fucking disgusting. But it's a good video that I have seen before. And Sake Tanuki with a very kind $20. This feels more relevant every day.
Phobic rad Vaush is a transphobic rad liberal cocksuck damn pedophile. Yours truly, the CIA Kropotkin, Marxist, Leninist, tanky problematist. Vos bad, vos rad, vos bad, vos bad, vos rad. By the way, Alden's number is a grift.
You know, this actually reminds me. I think I saw one of these a long time ago, and I've had the tab open on my non-stream window for like 6 months.
I didn't want to make this video. Apologies to Voj. He's a good anarchist, baby lover, hooba booba, pills force feminizer. Thanks to my state-mandated boyfriend, anarcho-Bidenists. And I ground pound your mom last night.
Jesus Christ. And Waffle Boy with the tier 1 sub. I made a little animation of you while waiting for today's stream. Did you really? It got 3 whole frames in there. But true. And you can tell it's modern too, because we've got the little display case. True. That's true. All right. Minmax, thank you for the 5 Canadian. I think hard drugs should be legal and addiction to them should be treated as a mental health issue. Poopy Head with $5. How would worker motivation under communism work? I've heard others' takes, but I want to hear yours. That is an exceptionally complicated question with a lot of complicated answers, and I'm afraid that it's going to have to wait for another time. Though I should note, market socialism doesn't have these problems, so figure to that. And Idyllic Nymph, thank you for the very kind $5. What is your opinion on YouTubers like Xander Hall virtue signaling to the transgender community while actively speaking out against transsexual interests? Thanks. I am not aware of any ways in which Xander Hall is actively speaking out against transsexual interests. It is not something that I know. So I couldn't really say. Yeah. All right. I love you all very much. You're beautiful people. I'll be on tomorrow morning, and we'll be talking about politics. Yeah, let's go here. Go to Dylan Burns TV. Go say hi, and don't embarrass me. All right. I love you all very much. Take care of yourselves. Gonna beat Metro one of these days. How long will domestic shipping take for the shirts? Should be 3 days after I hand them off to USPS. All right, take care, everyone. Good luck. And goodbye.